Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's 7:28, coming up on 7:30 on the East Coast this Friday. Welcome to Call Classics Radio with your host Teets. Today, I want to do a little bit of a discussion because I think we have a little bit of an issue in the gaming industry. And this issue is no better exemplified than a tweet put out pretty recently by EA saying there are 10, but they play single player games. Capitalizing on the meme of there are 10 buts followed by something negative. And this, unsurprisingly and unoriginally, is inspired by a bit of a Yang Yeah video. So, Yang Yeah, by the way, great content creator on YouTube, great voice actor as well. Can hear him and his talents in the latest season of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. As Poochie. Now, the discussion today is a little bit different than what he discussed. Because he talked about how, yes, single-player games are not dead, and the multiplayer, always online service push the games industry has put upon the consumers is just a bit nonsensical when you look at, the people who actually play a lot of video games. I think a big thing that the games industry is gonna see creeping up in the next few years, I imagine, is when there is a new sort of unforeseen adaptation of technology into a new medium. The same leap that we saw from, movies to video games, that sort of thing, but for games. And maybe for some people it's virtual reality, and maybe the metaverse is kind of like the push to make virtual reality the new big thing. Personally, I think virtual reality can stand on its own legs without the metaverse's help, because the metaverse, it's only for corporations. That's the only appeal and the only use case that you can really see it as, is people being less miserable being at work. But honestly, putting on a VR headset just to do my job, I would say feels almost more dystopian. It's like if reality's gotten that bad that you have to escape into Horizon worlds. There's that, talk about liminal spaces. But I digress. What I want to talk about today is just what makes a game good to the average person. I want, an actual sample from people. And I'll be writing, just so people know that this isn't a graphic. I can, write and whatnot on this. This will be updated throughout the stream with your ideas. And if nobody shows up, whatever, I'll give my 2 cents on the matter. And then I'll upload, as it tends to go. But once this is uploaded on YouTube, and whoever's watching live, I'd love to hear your thoughts as to these questions that I have about the gaming industry. Because I'm somebody who games at heart. I game perhaps a little bit too much, but I have a very fervent passion when it comes to my hobbies. And video games especially, I want them to be as good as they can be, and as good as they should be. Unfortunately, I think we're taking the worst option. We're going for the bad ending, if you will. But maybe if there are devs out there that see this, awesome. Maybe they can get some insight into what people actually like. And I know that developers play games. Like, the developers themselves are not the ones doing this. It's by far and away the executives that are pushing these business models onto the games. Because if you really, really dig, and you strip away these horrendous business models, a lot of these games can be fantastic. And you see from a lot of the people who enjoy the games, who can God help them, who can look past the aggressive monetization models and the endless treadmill and see a good game and still play it, still enjoy it. More power to them, but I cannot. I can't just sit idly by. And as somebody who does not enjoy sitting through advertisements when I'm not signing up for one, or if I'm not, expressly looking to shop, you know what I mean? I don't want to be, I don't want to have ads shoved down my throat, or, crucially, interrupting the things I'm trying to enjoy. Because that automatically, if you do that, I'm less likely to enjoy your product. Just because of that. If you have some sort of non-intrusive advertisement, like, I don't know, banner ads and whatnot, and yeah, I know, nobody clicks banner ads or whatever. Or like, what? I don't know. Social media posts that are, like, tagged as ads also don't really care. Because, people can filter them out. And they'll get recommended to people who might end up shopping for them, but that's a different story. I don't want an advertisement for a product that's in your game either, because that makes me less likely to play that game in the first place. And I know a lot of people are not like that, and some people are like, wow, 800% value? That's a great deal. I'll go swipe my credit card right now. No. I think we can put right off the bat as well, we can add a new question to this, as how is it monetized? Free to play. Subscription. Well, I guess free to play is a little misleading nowadays. Freemium is a better word to describe it. Other sort of flat price. That's the one we'd like to see. I'm not up for the freemium models, and I can, you know what? I can see I can see an argument for a subscription model for a game. I wouldn't make the argument, but I could see an argument. And somebody, I could conceive of someone convincing me that a subscription model would be a good way to go about a game. But as it stands, I don't think anything's gonna be just like a flat price. So let's take this be swayed on submodel. So, as far as what attributes, I think this is more sort of like a miscellaneous that I don't really have many ideas for. So we'll order this that we'll have audience kind of miscellaneous input popped up here, and maybe it sparks a new question category. But as far as my take on is a perfect game single player or multiplayer, it's always going to be single player for me. Now, do I enjoy multiplayer games? Of course. However, you can make a single-player game multiplayer. You can barely ever make a multiplayer game single-player. Now, how do you make a single-player game multiplayer? Well, you can pass the controller. You can sit around with a group of friends and say, hey, every death or every failure, or every time we lose a life, what have you, I pass the controller to my left, or something like that. Apostrophe. Y'all know what I mean. I'll leave things in my head. So how long is the perfect game, in my opinion? I'd say, like, I enjoy a good 8-hour experience. The perfect game for me is around 20 hours. And there's sort of ranges, you know? And it depends on the genre. I don't want to get into specifics as far as, like, what genre this hypothetical game is, I guess. We just want, like, how's it generally structured? And what does it mean, or how do you interact with that game? Yeah, I would say 20 hours. We'll say about 20 hours. Depends on genre. Around 60 to 80 for JRPG, kind of. With good pacing. Now, and of course, is this the only game that I'd be playing, or would be part of a rotation? If I have a rotation, either I've already beaten those games, and I'm looking for something to play in the meantime, or they're roguelikes that I can only do a few runs before I kind of get off. But even if they're roguelikes, if it's the perfect game, it's the only game that I want to be playing until I beat it. But that's the thing, I have to be able to beat it. It can't be one of these live services that just goes on forever, keeps updating, and expects me to come back with the fear of missing out on, oh, but why invest in a new story when you can, get the next chapter of the thing that you're already invested in? And that is actually a good segue into something that I have a problem with. Just media in general nowadays seems to be produced in such a way that they're it could conceivably go on forever, even though there are some perfectly good ending points you could do it. So what if there are some loose ends that keep your mind wandering? That can make for an interesting and tantalizing ending. Okay, what did the author choose to leave out? Or the creator choose to leave out. That can be interesting just as much as, oh, well, they've actually thought of that for you. Tied up all the loose ends. Because then your mind can't wander, and to you, the author can almost never come up with something as appealing to you as your own imagination. So leaving that space for somebody to imagine is something that can be worked with. You can be like, okay, this story has a lot of implications, not just in the world it takes place in, but maybe in my life, perhaps. So, moving on down the list, is the game receiving updates throughout its life cycle, or does it ship complete? Well, I do enjoy a bit more of, a game I like every now and then. Just wait until the game's done, and then give it to me. I'd rather you do that, and I have to wait for a really good game, that I talk about for a while, and that gets put up on the shelf with the other masterpieces of the gaming industry. Then, just another early access game, really. That's all they feel like anymore. And a lot of them, that's all they are. They're just perpetually in early access. It almost feels like they're getting around that, I don't know, 60-day pre-sale rule. If you pre-order something, you have to be able to deliver that product within 60 days or something. I gotta look more into that, because I had heard about that, but I don't know how realistic that is in the US. Because they've been, they've been selling pre-orders for one game or another. I think it's, I want to say the System Shock remake. Yeah. You can pre-purchase the System Shock remake on Steam for $45. And it's just coming soon. But I don't know when that page was put up. But I feel like they might be violating some rules in some countries, if that's the case. What is it? Another sort of topic I guess I could think of off the top of my head. Would be, I just had it as well, something along the lines of no, I think I've lost it. Damn. All right. We can put cheat stakes up here because I think this is kind of relevant. But crossplay / cross-platform. It shouldn't matter what system you're using. It should matter, like, who made the game, and if you've bought the game or not. In my opinion, I think most every game should be cross-platform, because splitting the audience of your game is just kind of how you lose out on a live audience. Now, I don't know what the threshold is for sort of sales of a game per platform that would justify the production costs of copies for those platforms, or ports for those platforms either. But I don't know. I feel like it's honestly within the best interests of these sort of console manufacturers, because they also happen to be some of the biggest first-party, game licenses. Your Microsofts, your Sonys, your Nintendos. But then, that really begs the question, if it doesn't matter what platform you're on for what game, then what platform do you choose? And I mean, if you ask me, the obvious answer is PC, but the answer doesn't get that simple when you take into account what it actually means as far as how companies would operate once this sort of every game is cross-platform mentality takes into effect. Because then, if you're manufacturing a platform for that game to be on, you are in even more direct competition, because there are no exclusives. It's just, can your hardware outperform the next? And sure, it would just turn into everybody being PC companies. But I think it also depends, for a lot of people, on the lifestyle that they live. Some people might opt for, a more compact device that, might have a little worse performance, but they're able to take it on the go, or, it fits in their tiny entertainment system in their van that they live in. Nothing wrong with that. It's just a lot of people are doing that these days. It's an interesting question, like whether you would still see Nintendo opting for the weird and quirky systems that have, interesting ways of interfacing with them versus, Sony and Microsoft's more power and performance focused ethos. Now, I realize that a single-player cross-platform game doesn't make any sense, seeing this now. If it were to be multiplayer. There, we've cleared it up a little bit more. Ideally, it's released on all platforms. So, let's real quick just take a rundown of what I've got here, and then maybe we can look through and see what meets my criteria, and maybe see just in my Steam library alone if I can find something that has the criteria, but there's something that illuminates these criteria as being lacking. What's the limitations of this method of analysis? So, yeah, right now, and if you're listening at home, would love to hear in the chat any sort of takes you have on any of these topics, as well as the overarching what attributes push a game towards perfection, and what do you personally look for? Now, I'd... Is this something that, like, is this dogma I live by? No, obviously not. Not every game that I like can follow all these criteria to a T. And I'm pretty critical about the media that I like. There's certainly aspects that I love. There's certainly aspects that hinder my enjoyment of it. Which is why I want to go through my Steam library and see, just in the masterpiece category alone that I have, what breaks down because of this criteria, and what holds up, you know? So, which games hold up to these criteria? Let me see if I can get... Yeah, we've got all our criteria pretty much on the screen at once. And I'm excluding in this because almost every game is going to fail the criteria of being cross-platform or sold on every platform, unless it's, you know, a SNES game. Or something released for the Sega Genesis, you know. So let's take a peek. Just in my masterpiece category alone, in my Steam library, I have 56. As far as these go, you've got, first up, Age of Mythology. Is it single player or multiplayer? It's both. But in my opinion, one of the best RTS campaigns of any RTS, just period. And the multiplayer is... it's there. You know? I don't know, me and my brother have had a good time with it. The length. I honestly couldn't tell you how long the campaign for Age of Mythology is. Let's just look up how long to beat. Mythology. Alright. Interesting. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense then. So, Age of Mythology, to beat the main story and the Titans expansion, you're looking around 27 hours. Main story for the base game is like 16 hours, according to how long. We'll keep that tab up, just because we'll probably need it for some of these going through here. So that's between 8 and 20 hours. I'd say it's within the sweet spot. So, is this the only game you'd be playing, or would it be part of a rotation? This was certainly the only game that I was playing for a long time. Like, months of my life spent on that game as a child. And I don't know, about a month and a half spent playing it as an adult. This game received updates throughout its life cycle, or just shipped complete. It, for the most part, alright, so being as old as it is, I guess you could say it was receiving updates throughout its life cycle. It even got a kind of modern, albeit terrible, expansion. We don't talk about the Chinese expansion. But, I mean, if you consider the Chinese expansion as a part of the whole game, and base it off of that, then I could see it being taken down a few pegs, as well as being taken out of the sweet spot criteria for game length. But as far as like its life cycle, I would say Age of Mythology is well and truly past its life cycle, with only one update, really. And I mean, at the time, that was more than most games. But an expansion pack, I don't necessarily discourage expansion packs. Even to this day, I like a good expansion-sized DLC. But it's when you nickel and dime the customer for, you know, content that ultimately isn't the worth of the money that they're spending for it. And speaking of worth the money they're spending for it, modern games on modern consoles are not worth $70. Certainly not $70 as they're reviewed today. My God. I could buy a whole 2 gallons of gas for that. I mean, by that logic, they'd technically be worth more, but then you'd be priced out of gaming just in general. And I mean, that's this economy for you, but I don't really want to talk about the economy right now. We'll save that for later. Is Age Mythology freemium subscription flat price? It was just a flat price. So, by all counts, except the updates, yeah. I feel like we might need to add a new category here, and see, this is why we go through this exercise. This illuminates some new things. We might need to add a new category here as a kind of caveat to the updates. So, how is DLC handled? expansions. Cosmetics. I'm struggling to find a term that could encapsulate, DLC packs or pieces of DLC that how do I want to word this? Pieces of DLC that they would claim they're expansion sized, but it's like the horse armor DLC for Oblivion or something like that. I don't know. That ends up falling into cosmetics, I guess. But things that are just tiny by comparison to of what you would think of as an expansion. Meaty expansions. So, Age Mythology. I would say it passes. It barely squeaks by. Under the update clause. So next game. Amnesia: The Dark Descent. Now this is actually something that I need to go back and play, because I've played a fair bit of it, but I actually have never beaten it. So I actually need to go back on how long to beat. Amnesia: Dark Descent. About 8 hours. Oh, so I was like nearly done. Because I have about 7.7 or something. Okay, for a horror game, that's like mostly just puzzles and whatnot, and isn't like survival horror. That's decent. I'd fuck with a good 8-hour horror game. So, single player, about 8 hours. It certainly was the only game that I was playing for a while when I was playing. I did get, I remember getting stuck in the sewers kind of area, where it was like, I distinctly remember where I stopped was like kind of a fleshy, like overgrown sewer area. I don't know how close that is to beating the game, but that's where I stopped. And I had Steam says 7.7 hours, so whatever. It, I believe, got a free update, or maybe it was just like a side story that launched with it, because I know there was the other bit of Amnesia: The Dark Descent. I can't for the life of me remember the name of it. Justine, that's what it was. Yeah. I don't think there was any sort of a DLC for that. And it was just a flat price. So yeah. Gotta be specific. Dark Descent. We pass. Hooray, Amnesia. Alright. Ancestors Humankind Odyssey. For anybody unaware, Ancestors Humankind Odyssey is a very quirky survival sim, I would say, more than a survival game, where you go from, sort of the missing link species between ape and man, all the way up to Homo ergaster, which is, I believe, like, one sort of step away from Homo sapien. You don't get to play as Homo ergaster. I tried, but I feel like they were just like, alright, you did the last evolution, and go on, we didn't model that monkey, so you can be on your merry way, play something else. But regardless, I've recently 100% complete all the Steam achievements on that game and beat it, and I loved it. Not for everybody, though. It is single player. A multiplayer version of that would actually be kind of hilarious. How long is it? So, me doing as optimally of a playthrough as I could, all the way until the end game where I started streaming. Then it was a little less optimal. Took me 45 hours. And by, most optimal, I just mean, like, the gameplay loop of, have 6 children, find a meteorite, have them all mutate, change the generation, have 6 children, find a meteorite, have them mutate, change the generation, evolve, rinse, repeat. That's what I mean. But this is the only game I'd be playing. Be part of a rotation. This was recently part of a rotation, but that's just because it's been a while since I sort of started and got the main zeal of the playthrough out. But initially, for about, like, the first 30 or 40 hours of me, playing the game, it was the only game that I was playing. Does the game receive updates throughout its life cycle, or does it ship complete? I would say this game, well, it never received an update, to my knowledge, which is almost a shame, because it kind of could use a bit of, you know, another pass in the polish department. It doesn't need much more polish, but it could use a little bit. But like content complete, yes. I would have hoped that you'd at least be able to, you know, build a fire or something. Maybe cook the meat that you find and you know, hunt and whatnot. Perhaps wave fire at a tiger to scare it very thoroughly. And I don't know. But I was asking too much. If you're looking for, you know, monkey to caveman simulator, you get so tantalizingly close with ancestors, but you don't get there. I think they should honestly, and I talked about this in my last stream, they should do a sequel where you can like carry over your save data and kind of start a tribe with more than just 16. Let's yeah. So it shipped content complete, although I would have kind of liked an update for it, just for polish's sake. DLC, none, and it was just a flat price. So under these criteria, we have Ancestors Humankind Odyssey, it barely passes because of polish. Regardless, I still have it in my masterpiece category on Steam because I adore that game. So we can add another thing to the miscellaneous. QA. Some rigorous QA testing. / bug fixes. And like, if anybody's out there with a game company, they want to hire me as a QA tester, I do actually care about quality assurance of, you know, the video game. So I think I would enjoy being able to provide that. Is it a miserable job? Supposedly. Does it make you hate video games? Supposedly. But so does streaming. But I'm still pretty passionate about it. So Bastion is next up. Supergiant Games, Darren Korb soundtrack, good stuff, isometric hack and slash, kinda deep. It is single player, so cross-platform doesn't apply. Bastion might be on all platforms, honestly. Rigorous QA testing. Bastion's pretty tight, from what I understand, and from what I felt. Like, there wasn't much in terms of buggy or, like, weird interactions. So, yeah. Single player. Totally. Bastion. It's says I only have 90 minutes. I've beaten this game, but for whatever reason, it says that I have only 90 minutes in this game. So we need to look up Bastion. How long beat? And how long beat says 6 hours. I could see that. I could certainly see that. And that's sort of what I felt with Bastion. Was that it was almost there in terms of length, but I would have liked a little bit more, and a little bit more as far as like maybe mechanical complexity. I feel like their next game, Transistor, sort of answered some of the questions, but then, you know, we got a little bit more questions. Like, well, Supergiant, we would have liked some other things. And then Hades answered those. So, I don't know. We like to see growth in the industry as far as, like, developers maturing into their groove. So it's a little bit short. Was the only game that I was playing? I believe so at the time. I don't think I was rotating for that, and it's honestly too short to rotate. You can beat Bastion in a sitting if you had, you know, if you drank a coffee and smoked a bowl beforehand. Is the game receiving updates? Shipped complete. Shipped complete. How is DLC handled? Expansions, cosmetic packs, gameplay advantages. I do not believe there was any DLC for this game. Just the soundtrack, and I don't consider a soundtrack DLC. I think that's honestly a really great way for developers to be like, hey, do you like this game? Support us this way. And I'll just do that. That way it looks kind of cool. Give that a little space. Alright. So. Where was I? Yeah, didn't get any, it was just a flat price, and yeah, you can support the developers by buying the soundtrack, which what I was trying to say is, yes, I support that practice as being a good one. So I would struggle to say that Bastion fails on length, just because I think it perfectly stays its welcome for the mechanics that it has, if that makes sense. Like, any longer, and I feel like I might have gotten tired of Bastion. A little bit shorter, and I feel like I wouldn't have gotten enough. But I feel like we're at just a good spot at around 6 hours, where I'm like, I can sink my teeth into this, and I can let go. Because I'm done. So I think, contentious on length. Alright, so I think to the miscellaneous we can add doesn't overstay its welcome. this will be... There we go. Maybe just overstay, and then we think of a different wording for that, because that's a little... This is an interesting one that I've just thought of, and that this might be something that sort of touches on the understay kind of aspect, but brings it into a new spectrum. But mechanics are taken to their logical conclusion. Mechanics. No, mechanics. Alright. So I think that's a good lesson to learn from Bastion. Bioshock. Here we go. So, it is not multiplayer. It's been damn near at least on all platforms at this point. Lots of them, but probably not all. Rigorous QA testing and bug fixes. Probably the AI, I think, is the biggest contentious point when it comes to rigorous testing. Though maybe that's just the level of intelligence they were looking for. Bioshock doesn't overstay its welcome. Could I agree with that? Because I feel like there's some padding. Just a little bit of padding in Bioshock. I feel like by the end I was like, just get me to the end. But like throughout most of it, I was pretty... I think there's just like a little bit of padding here and there that kind of breaks the pacing up a little bit. So maybe we can talk about pacing. Mechanics take their logical conclusion. Bioshock. And by the way, I won't be going back to previous games to fiddle with the criteria, or to, judge them as pass-fail, until maybe the end, or something like that. Because going back through the entire time, being like, okay, well, with this new criteria, what changes? I'll just go through all of them, and that might be its own video of like once I have the full complete list of criteria, how does my masterpiece list stack up? Uh, so, mechanics taking their logical conclusion. For Bioshock, I think that they could have done more. I think they definitely could have made it like they were almost there. And I think it'll barely squeak by on this criteria. But I think they could have done just a little bit more to be like, wow, I really needed to think outside the box for that one. Instead of like, a lot of it was just like, okay, and then I do this, and then I do this, and then I do this. And maybe that's just, you know, maybe that's just how logical the conclusion became for them. I don't know. Maybe they've done it so gradually over the time of playing that I didn't notice. But regardless, it's single player. It is... how long did it take me to beat this? It'll be about 20 hours. And that was playing as a good guy and getting all the little sisters and whatnot. So, yeah, 20 hours, right in the sweet spot. It's the only game you'd be playing for a while? Yeah, it certainly was, and when it came out, oh my god, it certainly was. Watched my brother play it, played it a little bit myself. Just a good time. Is the game receiving updates throughout its life cycle, or does it ship complete? Now, I don't remember. I think Bioshock itself was just standard. I think it was when it got to Bioshock 2 is when they did DLC and whatnot. But yeah, it's fine. No DLC, shipped complete. Just add those caveats there. So how's it monetized? It was just a flat price. So I could say, yeah, Bioshock. Pass. That's something that could be for another topic. Broken reality. This is how... This is almost like a point-and-click adventure, but like first person. Almost like a walking simulator, though there's a bit more to do. It's like a vaporwave sort of satirical take on, you know, internet culture in I don't know. Honestly, if if broken reality was what the metaverse looks like, I would be way more into it. But they're trying to go for this hyper realistic, or not even hyper realistic, just floating torso nonsense. Which, come on, Mark Zuckerberg, what are you doing with your torsos and shit? Regardless, like I would honestly be one of the first people to sign up for Horizon Worlds if it looked like Half-Life. Or, I don't know, just a janky PS1 game. I'd be all about that. Or if it looked like System Shock 2. Something like that. That would be hilarious. Now, Broken Reality, I feel like we might skip over this because, one, I haven't beaten. And two, I don't think I would legitimately rate it as a masterpiece, since this is a sort of meme game. I jokingly put it in masterpieces 5 out of 5 and also hot garbage as far as my Steam categories. But I don't know. The humor is probably why I put it in hot garbage. But as far as the aesthetic and the atmosphere it evokes, I think it's a good one. But we'll skip over that one for now. Call of Cthulhu: Dark Corners of the Earth, however. That's a different story. Single player, not released on many platforms, admittedly. Not QA tested in the fucking slightest, at least on the Steam release. It can overstay its welcome when you get soft locked, and there are plenty of places to get soft locked. Mechanics are taken to a logical conclusion. I don't know. The thing is, I got soft locked like towards the end of the game on my first playthrough because I had 2 broken legs at the bottom of a mine shaft, and I couldn't climb the ladder. So yeah, I think. Yeah, I think these 3 are kind of where it fails. But as far as, it's just a single player game. How long is it? It's like 15 to 20 hours, I want to say. Let's just look at how long it be, just to saying 11 and a half hours on how long to beat for Call of Cthulhu: Dark Corners of the Earth, which maybe if you know what the hell you're doing. Because I certainly did, but I still had fun. One of the best survival horror games, in my opinion. Because it's like you did have to ration your resources very carefully. So it's a little on the shorter side if you know exactly what you're doing and you're able to, accomplish it. The problem is it feels a lot longer because those attempts of like, okay, I know what I have to do, but it's just kind of hard to do it. It's the only game you'd be playing for a while. Be in rotation. Initially, yeah, this was the only game that I was playing for a long time. Like, as I was playing it for the first time. But, going back to it, I did need to have it in rotation. This game receiving updates throughout its life cycle. Shipped complete, though it could have used some fucking bug testing. That's for damn sure. Pushing a box should not crash my computer. How is DLC handled, if at all? Expansions, cosmetics. It's no DLC for that game. It's just a flat price. That's what I'd like to see. So, it fails. Too buggy. Slash poorly paced. Because admittedly it was poorly paced. So I might need to remove that from my masterpiece category if I want to do that. Now, Castle Crashers. Here's something to break up a little bit of the single player hodgepodge. I'm gonna look this up instead of doing it. 7 hours for the story. Okay. Though Castle Crashers is a game that I would recommend doing a lot of the extra stuff for, because it is just a blast. Playing through the game on different characters and whatnot, getting all the different weapons, getting different pets. All very fun. I don't know if it was cross-platform. It's damn near on every console, though, and every platform. But it is multiplayer. It is pretty damn tight. I don't remember any sort of bugs or anything that broke the game, at least in a normal playthrough. To me, didn't really overstay its welcome. I think there was a bit the like volcano level. I'm just not really that big of a fan. But other than that, like, fantastic. Mechanics are taken to their logical conclusion. I would say so. Yeah. Is Castle Crashers well paced? Again, that volcano section, something doesn't sit right with me on that one. Maybe it's just I need to go back to it and find out what it was. So, is it single player, multiplayer? Multiplayer. Castle Crashers takes around 11 to 20 hours to do. Like, between just the main story and then, like, completing the side stuff. But there's, like, major replay value. It's the only game you'd be playing, or would be part of a rotation. Castle Crashers was the only game that me and my brother were playing for months, if not, like, the better part of a year. That was like an obsession for us when that game was in our hands, in our grubby little children mitts. Was receiving regular updates. Did ship complete? It was receiving updates. Like, Steam did. Like, Steam did update it a little bit. I don't. It seems as though you've got just the Pink Knight and the Blacksmith as the DLC. And characters for that game, I mean, you did ludicrous things to unlock characters in that game. So, having characters where you can just, like, you can only buy them, but they, I don't know, wasn't really pay to win or anything, because you're not, you know, playing against other people, unless you're, unless you're playing all you can quaff, like eating contest minigame. So, I would say it's in the realm of, like, a sort of horizontal expansion instead of, like, a linear expansion. Of, like, this is something that you can enrich the base game kind of deal. It's, like, almost a mixture between all of these. But I think... There we go. That's a little bit better way of the wording tiny DLCs that aren't worth the money. And this one's up in the air as far as the DLC. But yeah, it's, other than that, just a flat price. So and the fun thing is, you can do this at home with your own Steam library and take a critical look at what you like and how you play what you play, or why you like what you like. It's always important insight, being able to know more about yourself. Next game on the list, Chrono Trigger. Oh, whoa, fingers, where are you going? Oh, Castle Crashers gets a pass. Chrono Trigger. I'm already gonna say it's gonna get a pass, but we'll talk about it and we'll see if my rating is unfounded. I am one of the firm believers that Chrono Trigger is one of the best games to ever be made. Certainly one of, if not the best JRPG. So, it's single player. It's damn near on all platforms at this point. You can certainly emulate it, but game's tight as all hell. I don't see many bugs with it when I played it through my like 8-ish hour playthrough. Doesn't overstay its welcome. In fact, I want more, but I don't think if I had more, I might not want. Is the thing. Mechanics are taken to the logical conclusion. I would say so. Yeah. Yeah. And oh my god, it's beautifully paced. I like flew through that game in, I would say, 2 or 3 nights. And again, it's only 7.5 hours, 8 hours, something like that. Which is, it's in a sweet spot. However, for JRPGs, that's an incredibly short game. This is a 10th of what JRPGs usually are. Like, even for JRPGs of yore, you know, simple as they were still very, like, sprawling games that took, you know, tens of hours to complete. Chrono Trigger can be done in 2 afternoons. Which is just mind-boggling. to me. And it's also just another reason why more people should go back and play Chrono Trigger. It's the only game you'd be playing for the 2 or 3 days that I was playing it. It was the only game that I was playing. It's the only media that I was consuming. Is the game receiving updates throughout its life cycle? It shipped complete, baby. How is DLC handled, if at all? No DLC. Just a masterpiece. And how is it monetized? Just flat price. Yeah, I told you Chrono Trigger would pass. What is next on the docket? Next, we have Dark Messiah of Might and Magic. Now, a lot of people might not know that this game ever existed. This game is really, really good. I also urge it's a first-person RPG with a little bit of choice in character building. Though I would not recommend building a hybrid character, because at end game you're gonna get screwed. Regardless, I would highly recommend people go back and play Dark Messiah of Might and Magic. The Steam port is not bad at all. It is... So, it's a single-player game. It was fairly tight. I didn't encounter any bugs that broke the game or anything. I don't think. Maybe there was a crash or two because it's a pretty dated game, but the mechanics are taken to the logical conclusion. I don't know. It's been a while. I might have to replay this game. You might see a Dark Messiah of Might and Magic playthrough come through on this channel. The story's pretty alright as well. A twist on the typical kind of Chosen One narrative. I feel like more media could do with taking a page out of Dark Messiah's book. So it's a single player. It is actually a single player and multiplayer. What? And I know you're gonna be like, well, Teets, why did you just say it was a first-person RPG then? Well, because it is, but also so is the multiplayer. I think they realized just how fun the combat system is in that game. Especially kicking people into a pit of spikes. Because, I don't know. I don't know if I've never tried the multiplayer, honestly. I'd be kind of curious to, but I don't think there's any matches going on. I'd have to see. But my gut tells me nobody's on. Either that, or there's so many bots and hackers that it's going to make it unplayable. As far as the length, it was about 16 hours, which is in the like 8 to 20 hour sweet spot. Especially for like a linear RPG. The game's very like you do. I think you might have a choice or two, but most of the like, difference in what happens in the game is how you choose to play it as far as your build is concerned. Dark Messiah, the only game that I'd be playing for a while. Yeah, I I pretty much binged it until I beat it. It's receiving updates. Or is it complete? I believe it shipped complete. I don't think there was any DLC. The damn thing was on PS2, so. Although I don't know, I never connected my PS2 up to the router with my Ethernet cable, so I don't know if I don't know if I'm missing out or not. And it was just a flat box price. So Dark Messiah gets pass on all these criteria. I am not seeing many more. I'm not seeing many more criteria crop up now, or I'm seeing less. I should say. All right. The original Dark Souls. This is an interesting one to look through with this criteria. So, it is certainly multiplayer. It's damn near on all platforms except your fucking toe ring. QA testing, bug fixes. I know of the Dark Souls speedruns and whatnot. A lot of the glitches and stuff that I've seen for Dark Souls, I wouldn't say are things you'd run into in regular gameplay. Except for the ungodly frame rate in Blighttown. At least on PS3. Just what I originally played it on. I have since replayed it, though. It's, having 60 frames per second for Dark Souls Remastered is quite nice. Though, Remastered could have done a little bit more than that. Mechanics are taken to a logical conclusion. And that's... I think that's kind of difficult to say for Dark Souls, just because of the way you engage with the game. Because I'm thinking, like, for melee builds and whatnot, yeah, pretty much, right? But for something like, I don't know, and even to some extent the bow build that I did when I went back to Dark Souls, like, that just required a lot of planning before going into encounters. Do I have the arrows? Which arrows do I have? What arrows and bow combination am I going to use for this? But when it comes to mage, I will admit, like, I don't know. I feel like once you just get Darkbeat, you just spam Darkbeat, and then you just melt the rest of the game. And now, granted, Darkbeat is in the DLC, I believe, so it's tucked away, certainly. But I don't know. For mages, I would call this point into contention, but I don't know. Now, the question, I guess, then is: does this miscellaneous criteria cover when does this criteria cover when you have one strategy that just works throughout the entire game? And it's just like, if you stick to that strategy, you don't have to, rely on any of the other mechanics. Because humans, and more specifically, human brains are lazy organs. They want to find the most energy efficient, least effort possible when it comes to doing any sort of task. And that's just the way evolution has made us. So, when you find a strategy that works, you're gonna use it until it stops working. And if you can just spam Dark Bead, and it just works the whole game. I guess Manus does have some like Dark Resist or some shit, but I don't know. I have no. I think this criteria does cover that. Because if mechanics are taken to their logical conclusion, then one strategy is never going to be enough. You're gonna need to mix it up. And I would say, for the most part, like, Souls games do this well. I would say Dark Souls 3 does it a little bit better than the original Dark Souls as far as, like, having to change up your strategy, like, in your build and, like, for a boss. You know what, I guess I take that back, because there are bosses that are just absolutely abhorrent when it comes to trying to fight them with magic. So, Dark Souls is a very tough one to categorize when it comes to that criteria. Well-paced, though. If you know what to do, it's fairly well-paced. But going through the first time, I don't think it's very well-paced. If that makes any sense. But I think the confusion at a few like certain hang-up spots, where you're just trying to like bumble around in the dark trying to find your way forward. It's a it can kind of break up the pacing a little bit in not the best way sometimes. And a lot of the times during the first playthrough, I liked that sense of getting lost and being like, oh, what's this? Oh, where does this take me? What am I supposed to be doing? But I don't know, I was like a lot of people, and first time I booted up the game, tried to go the way of the catacombs instead of up towards Undeadburg, and got my ass handed to me by those skeletons. Once I learned, oh, you need a blessed weapon to even kill them permanently. And I looked up, like, okay, well, where would I even get a blessed weapon at that point? Saw that it was, like, you need way deeper into the game to be able to get a weapon blessed than, you know, the beginning. And so I just put it down for, like, a year. And then came back when I found out, oh, there's a staircase on the cliff you're supposed to go up. Huh. Maybe I should try this game again. As far as... I don't think I can accurately depict how long Dark Souls is for my Steam game time, because I've played it a couple times through. Original Dark Souls, main story 42 hours? I don't think that's right. Yeah, even even right under that it says Dark Souls Remastered, main story 29 hours. Like their own site's disagreeing with itself. That's interesting. Thank you, How Long to Beat. But let's say 30 hours. That's honestly not a bad time estimate for a first playthrough. I could see it. That's a little bit on the longer side, but still, I would say within acceptable bounds. Like, once it starts getting into, like, past 45 hours, and, like, even really past 35 hours, you sort of have to justify, okay, why do we have this extra layer of game tacked on? You know, why has this train suddenly got 6 more cabooses? And I don't know. I think a game like Yakuza Like a Dragon, which, you know, we'll get to at the end of this list, does that perfectly. Throughout the entire 100 or so hour experience, I was hooked. I was invested. And that rarely happens for me with a game that long, just to beat the, you know, main story. But, let's see, back to critiquing Dark Souls. With this. Was it the only game that I was playing for a while? When I came back to it, it was, which is rare to say, but when I initially played it, it was definitely part of a rotation for me. Is the game receiving updates throughout its life cycle, or does it ship complete? For Dark Souls, I'm not entirely sure I could say... Like, it did, I believe, receive some patches. I mean, on Steam, it definitely received a couple patches. But it only got the, you know, Prepare to Die edition kind of DLC pack. Which I kind of enjoy the I shouldn't say I necessarily enjoy it, but I appreciate the practice to a degree where developers will, like, you know, include the DLC in the base price of the game when you buy it, if the DLC is already out. Like, you pay $60 for the game when it comes out, but then, you know, say a year later, it would have depreciated in price, but instead you paid the same $60, but you also get, you know, the experience that may have gone by in the hype phase, but you now get, you know, this new content. I do enjoy it, that we're able to do that. It's like, it justify why I'm paying $60. That's all I want. Justify the price. DLC, expansion, damn good one as well. If you haven't gone back to play the Dark Souls DLC, it's like some of the best Dark Souls 1 content. And how's it monetized? Flat price. So Dark Souls Pass, though. If people understand what I mean by mechanical conclusions, then I think we're good to go there. It's, you know, taking the mechanics to their logical conclusion is kind of tricky when you have to account for so many builds that have some different mechanics to them. So you kind of have to build a game that has interesting ups and downs for different play styles, and that's something that you don't really consider too much. But something that devs have to consider a lot is how do we make it interesting for people who have diverse tastes and play styles. But please, developers, if you're listening, don't make a game for everyone. That's how you make a game for no one. Next one, Dead Space. Dead Space, probably an easy pass on here, but we'll take a look. So it is single player, though Dead Space 2 I did play the multiplayer. That was kind of fun. Though nowadays Dead Space 2 multiplayer, I believe, is a bit of a shit show. If it even runs. So it was released on a good number of platforms, but again, single player. It's rigorous QA testing. The original Dead Space is tight. It is a solid mass. Solid piece of gamemanship. Doesn't overstay its welcome. I would say a faster ride through System Shock 2 is a good way to describe Dead Space. It's only like 10 hours. Whereas System Shock 2, let me see. Yeah, it took me 25 hours to beat that game. But Dead Space, as far as single player, multiplayer, single player, I'm gonna take about 10 hours. So it's a sweet spot for like a horror game, I would say. is the only game you'd be playing. Yeah, I mean, just no real reason to flip back and forth between a few games when Dead Space is so short. And it's gripping throughout the entire thing, so I don't know. Is the game receiving updates throughout the life cycle? I would say that it did not. And good. Just shipped complete. And no DLC or expansions of any kind. And it was just flat price. We got a pass. Playos. Easy pass. I have the game Dino D-Day on here and as a joke as far as masterpieces are concerned. I don't know if anyone has ever played Dino D-Day other than like a handful of people that I know. Wait, Interesting. I've apparently... One of the only times I've played this game, I played it against the developers, supposedly. So I got the achievement, Bite the Hand That Feeds You. Kill a developer in online play. Interesting. That might be worth displaying on my profile. We'll skip Dino D-Day, because that's just a joke. There's a lot wrong with that one. It's still funny, though. So shout out Dino D-Day. Look it up if you're interested. It's a quirky one. Next on the chopping block, Dragon's Dogma. I still have not beaten this game for the reason of the pacing is not the greatest. This might also be something that I go back to very soon, because last year I played a good chunk of it and then just dropped it because it was one of the quests where it wasn't immediately obvious I'd be killing a monster, so I just kind of was a little fighting monsters in that game. I would say it's one of the best Monster Hunter games that isn't part of the Monster Hunter franchise. They're both made by Capcom, but it's just not like when it actually has to do some other general RPG nonsense, falls a little flatter than I'd like. But I do enjoy just kind of the story, the atmosphere, the mechanics, and how they're kind of tied into the world and the world building. Very, very nice. Is it single player or multiplayer? Here's the thing about Dragon's Dogma. It's single player. But you have this weird multiplayer mechanic where you can, you have these sort of helpers called pawns in Dragon's Dogma. And the pawns, you can customize, you can choose their class, you can kit them out with whatever gear. And then people online can actually hire your pawn in order to flesh out their sort of RPG party for monster hunting. And your pawn gets benefits for being sort of whored out almost. Or just hired as a mercenary is a better way to put it. Not whored out. That implies they don't necessarily enjoy it. Oh, how could they? They're ones and zeros. But so it's like multiplayer light, almost the same as like the message system in Dark Souls. Or a better way to compare it would be like Sekiro's multiplayer, where multiplayer aspects, I should say, because it isn't multiplayer. It's just you leave down a recording of your gameplay or a little message or something. Sort of that layer of, or level of multiplayer nonsense. Now, I have 33 hours in Dragon's Dogma. I don't know how close I was to beating it. I want to say pretty close, because I killed a dragon, not the dragon, but a dragon. And, I don't know. The only problem I guess I had with it was that whenever I got a fairly decent way down its health bar, it flew away. Excuse me. Now, this was the only game that I was playing for a good bit. But, again, around the 33-hour mark, I did lose a bit of steam. Yes, the 30-hour mark. But, is receiving updates throughout its life cycle. Ship complete. Ship complete, as far as I'm aware. I think they may have... I don't know if they tacked on the Dark Arisen title afterwards. Yeah, afterwards. Let me get my words right. But, yeah, so no DLC, shipped completed, and flat price. So, Dragon's Dogma, to my mind, almost passes. The pace just kind of slows to a crawl when you're not doing anything like fighting. And that's... I don't know. For this game in particular, there aren't enough interesting decisions in Dragon's Dogma as far as, like, preparing to go out and adventure that there are in something like... I don't know. In something that has a less interactive combat system. Because, like, the combat in Dragon's Dogma just feels so good that I just want to keep doing it. But, next on the list, Elden Ring. Elden Ring, oh Elden Ring. Cross-platform if multiplayer, it is not cross-play. Released on all platforms. I don't see a Switch version of Elden Ring. No. It's fine. I don't want a Switch version of Elden Ring, if I'm honest. Rigorous QA testing and bug fixes. There were a few things I kind of wish they had taken care of before launch. I would have probably appreciated it a bit more as I was playing it during the launch months. I still loved it. I still have like 420 hours in Elden Ring. But I'm not sure I would have been as critical of it in my first playthrough. If like that opening area got like those frame rate tank hotspots, or frame rate tanking hotspots, I should say. If they'd gotten those situated, like the that one like bonfire next to like the where Roderica or whatever her name is sitting, the chick with the red cowl. The Grace next to where she's sitting could have been. Could have tightened that frame rate up before launch, because that almost made me stop playing the game getting to that Grace. That and like the sort of system requirements I feel like for the PC were a little disingenuous as far as like how it launched. I feel like it's a little bit better now, certainly. Like last time I played it, the places where I had issues with the frame rate and whatnot were fixed. Though, that being said, there were then also issues where I was just falling through the world for no reason. Seemingly at random. Mostly while I was playing multiplayer. Mechanics are taking their logical conclusion. For Elden Ring, let's think about this. I don't know if I would say that they are. Like when I say mechanics taken to their logical conclusion, I mean something like final bosses in games like Metroid Dread or Sekiro, where you have to use every mechanic and every move that you've learned in the game so far, that the game expects you to know in one instance seamlessly. Like, and not every as far as Elden Ring's concerned, it may or may not get a pass depending on your perspective because of the builds that they incorporate. Because it's, again, as we talked about with Dark Souls, it's a little hard to say without, playing every possible build, like where the mechanics take them to the logical conclusion. I think playing like a few general, like archetypal builds might give you an answer to that, pretty much. But there might be some specific use cases. Like there are a few builds certainly where you're only going to be doing one strategy, and that's going to work, and so you're going to keep doing it. Like Bleed dual Naginatas comes to mind, where you just sprint attack. Most of the time, you'll just win. You might occasionally have to throw in a jump attack, but no, there's no. From what I remember, I don't remember any bosses in Elden Ring requiring you jump. Like, certainly there are moves that you can dodge by jumping. But with the case of, like, Sekiro or something like that, like, you had to jump the sweeps. Either that or you back away. But you didn't have iframes for those dodges, so you had to actually position yourself to be out of the way of your opponent's swing. But as far as Elden Ring, iframes for days, so you can just roll through whatever, and as long as you're well timed, that's fine. However, come to think of it, there might be some attacks that like maybe I've tried to dodge through, and then there were two like very quick succession delayed hitboxes of that attack that maybe I got caught out on. That I tried to, like, you almost have to frame perfect a dodge or something like that. Well, a good example, I guess, would be the like dragon tree sentinel, or whatever it's called. You know what I'm talking about, if you know. But when he does the red lightning coming down on, like, targeted on the player, it strikes twice. So if you don't time your dodges very tightly, you might not get hit by the first one, but you'll get hit by the second. So it really requires you to time your dodges very tightly, or find an alternate method to dodge them. Say, like, being on torrent and then dashing at the right time. So, I don't know. I had a tentative on mechanics taking their logical conclusion, because they certainly tried with what they were working with, I should say. Can't say that FromSoft didn't try. And well-paced, I mean, like, my initial playthrough was something like 220 hours, because I wanted to do as much as possible. I think it well and truly... I would say, yeah. It well and truly was beautifully paced, and, like, even when I got sort of the core game design philosophy with a lot of the areas and the gameplay loop down, I was still into it, because I was like, okay, I read the design language that the developers are giving me. I know what they want from me, and I know how they're gonna... where I have ideas of how they might change it up in the future. Because they're gonna set up a precedent and then try to break that precedent. Or seemingly break that precedent. Something along the lines of, say, the ruins always having, like, a cellar that has a treasure room. And then later on down the line, you get a whole bunch of ruins that seemingly don't, but they have illusory floors that you can break and reveal the treasure room. So let's get on to the main sort of criteria. Single player and multiplayer, you can do it both ways. It's nice. As long as it's certainly... I will say this. Elden Ring is a bit disrespectful of your time. Just a bit. But I would say it's disrespectful of your time only because, like, while my first playthrough was 220 gloriously paced hours, it was 220 hours. And I could have consumed 10 games within that time frame. And I think that's an interesting thing to think about, is it, you know, sure, is it well paced? And, like, did you get your sort of time and money's worth out of it? And if so, good. Great. But it's just something to consider when you're looking at games to play. And games that you've already played. You know, how do you like your steak cooked, essentially? If we're gonna put it in a euphemism. So, was it the only game that I was playing for a while? You bet your ass Elden Ring was the only game that I was playing until I beat it. Again, wanted to do as much of it as possible and then get it out of the way, because towards the end, towards the middle to the end of the playthrough, I realized how much time the Elden Ring playthrough was taking up of mine. And I was like, I love this game, but I need it to be over so I can do other things. But oh, we've got somebody from the audience chiming in, and I believe I'd recognize them. We've got Hyper Firefly saying, I believe being able to put 10 2-hour game sessions to video games pretty good, but obviously depends on the game. Certainly. And that equates to a 20-hour game, and that's right in my sweet spot as well. Now, depends on how you game, how long your sessions are, whether you've had other forms of media occupying your time as well. I have a roommate who, no offense to him, this is just how his brain works, but he has ADHD, so, he's constantly bouncing between things, and so his play sessions can go from, hours and hours on end to, just a few minutes, and then he's already been playing, 3 or 4 different games. So, it's certainly dependent. So, we got... 10... Says, yep, vibed here before. I believe when I was playing Armored Core or something, which more Armored Core will be coming at some point. So, where was I? As far as, yeah, this is where I was when I was talking about Elden Ring. So, let's get back to going through that, and then maybe we can probe your brain for some, maybe some more criteria that I haven't even thought of yet. Because now we're getting some audience interaction, and this is what we like. So, next criteria. Is the game receiving updates throughout its life cycle, or does it ship complete? From what I understand of the model of Elden Ring, there will be DLC coming after Armored Core 6, which thank holy fuck that Armored Core 6 is coming out. I've been waiting for that for years. But I believe we have DLC confirmed, and there have been tiny content patches here and there to make it more like it was supposed to be when it was shipping. But for the most part, it's just been, balance patches, as well as, technical shizzle-wizzle, getting everything optimized. DLC, I believe, is just going to be handled via expansions. I don't think FromSoft does it any other way. And meaty expansions at that. And how is it monetized? It flat price, as it always tends to be with FromSoft. We like it. So Elden Ring, for these criteria, I would say, I hate to do it, but it almost passes. is slightly disrespectful of time. And I can expound on that if people would like, but I think I've made my points pretty clear, is that, like, I love Elden Ring, don't get me wrong. It's just, I could feel how much of my life was being sunk into the game. And that was something that I didn't entirely enjoy the feeling of. Now, we've had a lot to say about Elden Ring. Before we go on to the next game, I want to quickly go over what we're doing here, since we've got 2 new people sort of joining us mid-session. And I want to open the floor up for a couple minutes to see if we've got any more sort of takes as far as what we'd like to see in the perfect game. So, I just have up at the top here a miscellaneous section that doesn't have many options as far as different states of being. They're just sort of binary, have them or not. So what attributes push a game towards perfection? What do you personally look for? For me, if it's multiplayer, it's much more towards perfection if you've got cross-play or cross-platform. Ideally, it's released on all platforms. It has been through rigorous QA testing and bug fixes. It doesn't overstay its welcome. It is mechanically sound, and it takes those mechanics to their logical conclusion. They don't just introduce a mechanic and then introduce a new mechanic and then let those mechanics fall by the wayside. And of course, it has to be well paced. Now, is the game single player or multiplayer? For me, single player games are usually almost always preferred because they're, tighter experiences that you can pick up, consume, put down, maybe pick up again if you're feeling nostalgic or you want another go at it through a fresh perspective. I go through a lot of the games that I used to play as a kid and try to answer the question of, is this nostalgia goggles in full effect, or are these actually really good games? But you can make a single-player game multiplayer by passing the controller and whatnot, but you can't do the reverse. You can't get, a Halo multiplayer lobby and just decide to play it single player. Unless, you're playing against bots and you just want to train. But bots can only give you so many situations where you're gunning them down without a second thought, yawning the whole time. We've got game length. How long is it? And, I'd say it really depends on the genre for how long it can be. But about 20 hours is the sweet spot for me. Oh god, what have I done? Okay, but yeah, 20 hours is the sweet spot for me. For a longer sort of RPG kind of, specifically a JRPG with a long sweeping narrative, kind of 60 to 80 hours, but you really have to justify it with good pacing. Is it the only game you'd be playing for a little bit, or would it be part of a rotation? I like to binge games until I beat them, personally, or until I've, lost interest in them. But if it's a multiplayer game, I'll usually kick it in a rotation. Is the game receiving updates throughout its life cycle, or does it ship complete? I prefer, you know, just make the game, ship the game, make a new game. But make sure it's tight and, you know, quality assured. How is DLC handled, if at all? I like a meaty expansion pack. None of this content where it's just, you know, you've got sort of Oblivion horse armor, where it's you've maybe got a quest for an RPG that takes about 5 minutes to complete. Something like that. No cosmetic packs. Honestly, cosmetics should be unlockables a lot of the time. I'm not, like, super opposed to selling cosmetics, but, you know, cosmetics are important as rewards in the game as well as, you know, as a monetization option. But I would prefer if you kept cosmetics out of it. Gameplay advantages, not at all. None whatsoever. And how is it monetized? You get the freemium free, but you have to pay microtransactions. Is it a subscription model, or do you pay just one flat price? Now, for me, flat price always beats. Always beats any of these, but depending on the model of the game, you could sway me for a subscription model. I played WoW for like 16 years. You could sway me with a subscription model. I say played very intentionally past tense. So now that you guys have gotten sort of a taste of what we're working with, Hyper Firefly saying he agrees that the cosmetics should be unlockable. Good. Like, remember the days of Ultimate Spider-Man for the PS2? Getting all those suits? Because you got all the collectibles and shit? Those were the days, man. But, to your point earlier, Hyper Firefly says, ship it complete for single player. For multiplayer aspects, I think occasional free updates are nice, like maps, etc. I'm not personally a fan of DLC. And that, I think that's where I'm sitting as well. Like, a multiplayer game, I think you have to have some level of, you know, if you want it to be relevant all the time, you gotta have it be updated somewhat regularly, just so that people have their attention span, you know, sated, I guess. But as far as, like, we've gone way too far into the live service. We really have. Because now it's every blessed multiplayer game has to be weekly or monthly updates. And it's a case of kind of the opposite of, they don't necessarily respect your time, not because there's too much of a good game. It's there's too much things they think you'll miss out on. So, in order to keep up with the meta, or just having the same power level as the people who are at, you know, the forefront of the game, you need to keep playing. I think that's predatory and obnoxious. It just doesn't make me want to play your game. Firefly says, no way you could get me to get a subscription for a game. It feels way too limiting in what you can play, but that's just me. That's how I was definitely feeling. Like, I was really feeling the cost of the subscription and the sort of contract of a subscription towards the end of my WoW days. Of like, okay, I've bought into this. I feel obligated I feel obligated to play this, otherwise I feel like I've wasted my money. I feel like I need to get my $30 worth this month, or these 2 months, or I'm not going to be able to justify playing this game. And as somebody who likes a wide variety of games, depending on my mood and depending on the season, I don't know, I'm a very seasonal gamer. I like a certain type of genre and a certain type of season. But you know, just yeah, I feel like that's about all I was going with that, because I've lost my train of thought. Yeah. But yeah, just that there's this sort of expectation of okay, well, I've paid into this already. I have to play now. Otherwise, I can't. Otherwise, I can't play later. You know, like not paying for the game means not playing the game at a certain point with subscription models. Firefly adds, and that means you can't play other subscription-based games. You're limited to this one game. And if you wanted to play a new game, you're already spending a bunch of money on this subscription-based game. Exactly. You already have a sunk cost into... Yeah, it's a toxic relationship with the game. Exactly right. Like, you have this sunk cost that you feel like you owe the game playtime, because you owe yourself the value for money prospect. And it simply isn't the case, because, one, you don't owe that company that money if they don't have the content that fills your time for that money, you know, for that value. World of Warcraft, in the entire Shadowlands expansion, was a great example of that. I should say, World of Warcraft I'd sort of quit off and on since Warlords of Draenor, I guess. I may have quit towards the end of Cataclysm and then come back, or something like that. But I definitely quit right at the beginning of Warlords of Draenor, when I saw, oh wow, this is in a bad state. But coming back for Legion and BFA and Shadowlands, seems so forgettable I forgot the name. It was just seeing, Legion, you had a glimmer of the old Warcraft identity, but it was slowly being buried under the live service aspects. And the worst thing, and the reason why I bring up WoW with this toxic relationship with the game, is because WoW's subscription-based model, they get you with subscription rewards that lock you into a multiple-month subscription at seemingly discounted prices. They give you rewards for these, locking yourself into 6-month or yearly subscriptions. But then they've conveniently timed these events where they give you rewards for these subscription lock-ins, so that right when your subscription runs out, the next day they give you a content update. So you have to resubscribe if you want to actually play the new stuff. It's sickening. Can you not just give me some value for my money instead of baiting me with a mount every 6 months to be like, oh no, we swear we'll have a game next year. We promise. Here's a flying boat to tide you over. What a joke. But yeah, let's see. Let's look through Hyper Firefly's stuff and see if we can add anything to our. So. For single player. So we've got that. Yeah, so subscriptions. Yeah, so flat price seems seems adamant with Hyper Firefly. Yeah. There we go. Sub fee equals predatory contract. That's a pretty good way of summing up what you're saying there. I feel like. Okay, so we've had a little bit of a diatribe with some audience interaction. I think we can go back to going through my lists of quote-unquote masterpieces on Steam and see if we have a any more hits with these criteria or any more misses, and see if I need to adjust my viewpoints on some of these games. So, next after Elden Ring, we have the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion. What a game. My favorite Elder Scrolls. I would say... maybe controversial opinion, but I would say the best Elder Scrolls. I know a lot of purists are going to be like, but Morrowind. But I haven't played through Morrowind because I can't get through it yet. I will. Don't worry. I will eventually. But Oblivion. Let's take a look at cross-platform multiplayer. It's released on toasters at this point. You can play Oblivion on your graphic calculator. Has it been rigorously QA tested and bug fixed? It's a Bethesda game. Fuck no. Does it overstay its welcome? That depends on how you engage with it, and a lot of these, sprawling RPGs, you can make that case. For me, I think it's a little padded at times, but ultimately the questing experiences that it has are tight. They've got good stories, they've got great story beats, and a lot of them, they're some of the best quests in Elder Scrolls, period. Some of the best quests in RPGs, period. So single player, multiplayer, we got single player. How long is it? I don't believe I've beaten it on Steam. I think I've just started it a lot. I did beat it back in the day. So let's look at how long to beat for Oblivion. HowLongToBeat.com is saying it's about a 30-hour game. I would say that's fair, and that's within the RPG sweet spot for me. We got a nice little 30-hour experience going. for completionist's sake and whatnot, it's over 100. But I don't know. I don't know. I've never been much of a completionist. I've only started really recently 100%ing games, so that doesn't really matter much to me. The way I play a game is I will engage with it as long as it holds my attention, and if it compels me to squeeze every bit of gameplay out of it, I'll do it. I'll 100% it. And so far on my Steam, there's only 2 that I've actually 100% completed, but there are a couple that I'm compelled to 100%. The 2 that I've completed, for reference, just yesterday I finished all the achievements on Ancestors Humankind Odyssey. But over I forget when, but over the span of a week or so, I crunched about a 30-hour playthrough getting all the achievements in Psychonauts 2. Love that fucking game. But yeah, I don't really feel compelled to 100% many games. So did it overstay its welcome? I would say that you can technically end it whenever you'd like, as long as you get to a certain point. The main story, no, if we're going just by that. And it's fine. What do we have here? Yeah, I like it. Hyper Firefly says, yeah, I like world games where you can control how long it is. Like Breath of the Wild, you could technically beat it in an hour, or you could be 200 plus hours in and not even have beaten Ganon yet, because you just haven't wanted to yet. Yeah, and that's Breath of the Wild is actually a great point of segue to a point I want to touch on of Oblivion does this to some extent, but one of the biggest perpetrators of this atrocity is Skyrim, and that is the overly urgent main plot of the story. Whereas, like, in the beginning of the game, or within the very first few story missions of an open world game, I do not want the urgency placed on the main quest. I don't want any urgency placed on the main quest other than, hey, maybe you should look into this at some point, because that might have implications down the road. But with something like Breath of the Wild, you see what the main quest is from the initial, turning on the console. You've seen what the initial main quest is from Zelda 1. It's always beat Ganon. But in Breath of the Wild, it's been 100 years since the last time you fought. He isn't going anywhere. He can wait another year or two. You can go do some fucking side quests. With something like Skyrim, it's like, no, you have to beat the evil dragon Alduin. Otherwise, he's going to bring catastrophe to Skyrim. No. Sometimes I just want to be a regular dude for a while in an RPG. It's like, find myself in this world. Like, what is my place in this video game world? Explore that sort of dynamic in that roleplay. It being a role-playing game. I don't want it to be where I'm shoehorned in to one specific niche. Like, I don't know, the Dragonborn. I just find that boring. It's like, okay, well, at the end of the day, every Skyrim playthrough is gonna end the same way, unless you just decide I'm not the Dragonborn this time. But you almost can't get away from it. Hyper Firefly says, true. Zelda can watch me catch 20 frogs for 2 hours for some cool new soup I want to try and make. Yeah. Like, that's also something. If you've got a sprawling RPG and you've got this, you know, super urgent plot that needs to be solved before you can do any side quests or think about anything else, then and you have all these cool mechanics that I can try. Like, I don't know, for the life of me, for a good 10 or 20 hours of playing Breath of the Wild, I had no idea how to do the cooking mechanics. I was desperately struggling. I was like, I know you can do it, but I don't know how to do it. And I don't know whether I looked it up or just found kind of the hold ingredients button prompt in the menu somewhere. But yeah, I discovered how to use it, and it made my playthrough somewhat more enjoyable. That can also bring me to another point on RPGs of balancing your game around all of the mechanics, not just the core of what most games use. I would say Breath of the Wild is not too balanced around needing what is it? Let me do a bunch of side quests one, so I'm way too overpowered for the story missions. That's how I like it. Yes, precisely, and that is a beautiful thing that Chrono Trigger did. It was like towards the end, it kind of opens up, like the last third to the last quarter of Chrono Trigger opens up so that you can essentially do all the side quests, gear up for the final boss, and like as soon as that section starts, hell, you can go to the final boss and try and kill him, or you can gear up, get all the best equipment, and then make your trudge through that slog of a Lavos battle a little bit more enjoyable, and make your characters a little bit more durable. But yeah. Going back to my little tangent, though, Breath of the Wild doesn't really as far as mechanics are concerned, I don't think it necessarily takes them to their logical conclusion, because, say, not cosmetics, consumables is what I want to say. Their consumables are sort of accessory, I want to say. Like, you can cook, and like they'll give you buffs and whatnot, but if you have the right clothing and the right armor and whatnot, it kind of makes cooking a little bit useless. And it makes it to where you're just making health potions, essentially. There's nothing wrong with that. However, you gotta kind of call a spade. And you can look at so many other games where they've done this, and they pretty much pre-program you for every other game that's going to use consumables in this way. Where, say, like Skyrim as well. Like, I doubt, like, the majority of players have not even touched a poison for their weapon in Skyrim, or in the Elder Scrolls, or the majority of players have not even considered using like half the potions in an Elder Scrolls game. But something like, say, Divinity Original Sin, or something like The Witcher, like the game is is tied very closely with the consumables and how you engage with that system. And I feel like if you're going to put consumables in your game, make them meaningful. Don't make them just fluff. Because don't make 90 variations of a health potion, is all I'm saying, you know? Because that's all we're going to treat them as. You know, have some sort of meaningful impact on gameplay. But I don't know. It's a fine line because there are some games that can kind of get away with, like, well, you don't have to use the consumables, but you probably should to make it a little bit easier. And I think that's the sweet spot we want to look for as far as that mechanic's concerned. Of, like, just how if you're doing a whole bunch of side quests to gear up for the final boss or the main mission, you want to be able to, if you know how to mix your potions right, be so overpowered that the game becomes a joke. But you got there by using your brain, instead of using the super potion that tells you this breaks the game, and it might as well be a console command. Like, you have to... There needs to be some mechanical depth within that system as well. Firefly says true. Also, don't make the consumables super limited. If they are, I'll never use them, for fear that I might need them later. That... Oh my god, you hit the nail right on the head. Oh, I have such an issue with this. Because I'm one of those players who's just like... Oh, I take this to the extreme. And, like, my roommate, like, hates me. Hates watching me play games like this. But if I get, like, a potion or something, or, you know, a consumable, or, like, a really crazy, like, one-off spell, something like that. Or even ammo for a better weapon in some games. I'll be like, I'm saving that for a special encounter, and then never use it, and then by the end of the game, I just have an entire full inventory of, like, badass weapons and ammo that I've never used because, I don't know, I only had, like, one. Trying to think of an example of this that would be interesting. Oh, what? I'm trying to blank here, and for whatever reason, my train of thought's getting derailed quite easily. Very odd. But I don't know if y'all got examples of that, love to hear it. Let's see. So Oblivion. Well-paced, I think, is entirely up to you. You can just gun through. I think actually, like... Oh, no, you're fine. It's... My train of thought gets derailed just from me thinking faster than I speak. But, yeah, I think it depends on your playstyle, whether, and, like, how you engage with the game, whether it's well-paced or not, as far as Oblivion is concerned. I would say the main quest is pretty well-paced and pretty engaging. I would say the only real, like, super urgent part of Oblivion is like that initial saving kvatch. Because it just feels a little bit wonky, like hearing that town's in need and whatnot, and then just being like, okay, well, off to bumfuck nowhere to swim with some Argonians or some shit. I don't know. Regardless, I enjoyed the main quest. Thought it was pretty well paced, and like the side quests for Oblivion. Single player, multiplayer, single player. How long is it? 30 hours, nice sweet spot. Only game you'd be playing for a while. When it came out, it was the only game that I was playing for a long time until I beat it. Would be part of a rotation. Later years, it was part of a rotation, but that's just because I'd beaten it already. This game receiving updates through its life cycle. The ship completes. This, you see, Oblivion is where we start to get into the first instance of egregious microtransactions, I would say. One of the first instances, because the horse armor DLC is just like, what? Just include that with like Knights of the Nine or some shit, because Knights of the Nine was slightly sparse on content. Still loved it, but slightly sparse on content. But just include that shit with Knights of the Nine, for God's sake. It doesn't need its own horse armor disc. It had 2 expansions, as far as DLC was concerned. Knights of the Nine and Shivering Isles, which Shivering Isles, one of, if not the best DLCs of all time. You can tell I'm very biased here. It was flat price, no sub fee or anything, so I believe Oblivion gets a tentative pass. QA would like a word. Alright, next on the chopping block. You know what? We've been talking about it for a while. Why don't we break it up from the masterpiece list on Steam and we go to the audience, since we've been talking about Breath of the Wild. So let's run it through the ringer. So, single player, released only for Nintendo platforms, although many people have found a lot of luck in emulating it on PC. Rigorous QA testing and bug fixes. Breath of the Wild is a fairly tight game, I would say. Didn't encounter much, if any, as far as bugs were concerned during, a normal play session. Doesn't overstay its welcome. I think it's a point to what we were talking about earlier, where you can just beat it whenever the hell you feel like it. It's whenever you feel you're ready to take on the final boss. And goes for well-paced. We're just gonna consolidate this, because well-paced and doesn't overstay its welcome are kind of the same thing. But mechanics are taken to its logical conclusion from Breath of the Wild. This... I gotta think about this here. I'm not sure that they were. I'm not entirely sure they were taken to their logical conclusion. I think there was a lot of puzzles that required maybe 1, at most 2 of the Sheikah Slate runes, but there weren't that many puzzles that required you use all of them, to my knowledge, if any. And you know, there weren't like movement tricks that you had to like get down and then like utilize in parts of the game, optional or otherwise. Like you could certainly use movement tricks to like easier access throughout the game, but you know, you could technically use the stasis room to be your main mode of transportation in almost any scenario. And just by, you know, giving something a good few whacks and then hopping on the back of it. Does this kind of break the immersion of the game? For me, hell yeah. Which is why I don't tend to do that sort of stuff. Now, that brings an interesting point of if immersion is like at what threshold is being immersed in the experience more inconvenient than being mechanically sound as a game. And I think that could be a topic of discussion in and of itself. But not today's topic. Alright, as far as mechanically conclusive, Hyper Firefly says, yeah, mechanics are a little iffy, maybe some of the Sheikah Slate stuff, like using them in the final fight a bit. I would certainly agree with that. That would have made, because I kind of thought the final Ganon fight was a bit of a joke. If I'm honest, one of the easiest boss fights in that game was Ganon. Probably the hardest, at least for me, until I figured it out, was Waterblight Ganon. Probably Windblight was actually the hardest, though. But yeah, probably. And he says, yeah, it's probably because you control how much of the mechanics are taken to a conclusion. You can technically beat the whole game without using some of the Sheikah Slate stuff. That's up to you. Yeah, and that comes into another point of like, at what point is never using the Sheikah Slate a challenge run, or versus the optimal way to play the game, you know? Because for some mechanics, in a lot of games, like we were talking about with consumables, you can not engage in the consumable system entirely, or not engage in the Sheikah Slate system entirely, and still have a fine time as far as the rest of the game. That's something that definitely needs to be considered when you have, you know, a game on the showroom floor ready to be like ready for the printing press. You know what I mean? That's something that should always be considered. It's like, are all these mechanics necessary? I think the answer for any game should always be yes. So, Hyper Firefly goes on to add, the best case I've ever seen a game taking mechanics to their logical conclusion was Ori and the Blind Forest. That's probably because you end up having to use all of the abilities on the final fight stuff. You cannot beat it if you don't use the mechanics, so maybe that's the big difference, where Breath of the Wild kind of gives you the option to use those mechanics so they don't feel it's fleshed out. Yeah, and I think that's probably a perfect capstone on that argument, is that it's like have to versus get to use all of the mechanics. And it's like, sure, it's nice, and maybe for like a different kind of game, you might be like, okay, well, I don't necessarily want to engage with all of the mechanics for, you know, something like a Skyrim or something, because that's just not the role play that I'm going for. Hold on, do I need to ban this person? Yeah, sorry. Get banned. Do not advertise in my chat. Alright. Where was I? Damn it, I feel like I was making a good point. But it actually derailed me. Okay, yeah. So for a game like Skyrim or something, maybe, you know, engaging with all of the mechanics isn't your forte, because that's not the role play that you want to go for. Maybe you want to be a thief, and you don't necessarily want to do the shout mechanics or whatever. Because, you know, you think being the Dragonborn's kind of stupid. You know, fair play. And I think that's certainly a conversation with a genre by genre basis. I don't know. It's that's certainly interesting to think about. So I think there could be a case, then, of, you know, in design philosophy for a game, is of if you want a variety of play styles, then maybe taking every mechanic to its logical conclusion isn't viable when you need to design encounters that you know, pertain to all of them. Yeah, and as Hyper Firefly says, Ori and the Blind Forest is a platformer in Skyrim and Breath of the Wild, or open world games. Precisely. Like, in a certain open world game and whatnot, you definitely have, you know, much more freedom. And it's interesting. You could almost call Ori and the Blind Forest an open world game, because it's a Metroidvania. You're going to be, you know, exploring, going down different paths and whatnot. I would say it's perhaps one of the more linear Metroidvanias, if I remember correctly, but I haven't seen any sequence breaks for that game, but I'm sure that'd be kind of interesting to look through. But as far as how you engage with, you know, Ori and the Blind Forest versus Skyrim and Breath of the Wild, there's much more choice and role play into, you know, who is Link to you, you know, versus who is the Dragonborn to you, versus Ori controls the same no matter who's playing. So you need to I don't know where that was going. But yeah, if like every player engages with the game the same, then you need to flesh out that experience so that it is rich and satisfying. Whereas if you want to have a multitude of experiences within one game, then I guess he can sort of ease up on the sort of mechanical robustness. How do I want to say that? What's a good word for that? Yeah, that's the placeholder for now, is robustness. But you get the point. You can sort of ease up on the tightness of the experience when it's a, when you have options for how you want to tackle that experience. So, So maybe we add a caveat to that. We'll put meaningful choice in there. Because I feel like if you have like a linear experience or something that everybody can engage with more or less the same, yeah, you need to make sure that each mechanic is pushed to its limits if you want to keep somebody there, as long as the mechanics have staying power. And if you want meaningful choice of like, okay, this is how I engage with this game, then you gotta kind of ease up on the restrictions. I will concede that. And I guess going back to Dark Souls, that kind of clears up my points on those games as well. Alright, so back to running Breath of the Wild through the ringer. You've got single player, multiplayer, single player. How long is it? That is quite an interesting question. How long does How Long to Beat say Breath of the Wild is? This I'm actually curious. 50 hours, with an extra 15 for both DLCs combined. That's interesting. I could see that being about right, all things considered. It sounds about how much I put into that game. But yeah, so 50 hours, cool. It really, it doesn't matter in the long run, because it can be as long as you need it to be, depending on your skill level and your level of preparation. But we've beat this to death. So, is the only game you'd be playing, or would there be part of a rotation? This was the only game that I've been playing for a long time. Certainly until I beat it. And, yeah. I had to get a use out of my Wii U somehow, so of course I was going to play it. And is it receiving updates throughout its life cycle? Does it ship complete? It shipped complete, though it did have DLC in the form of expansion passes and whatnot. And okay, so here's the thing. Second expansion for Breath of the Wild, oh my god, like some of the best Legend of Zelda content, period. Like the final boss with the Sheikah Master, best Zelda boss in the series, hands down. And you can't convince me otherwise. For reasons we talked about up here. mechanics are taken to their logical conclusion. You actually did have to fight that guy on that guy's terms. And you got like a pretty cool, map navigation challenge plus the reward of the master cycle. And then that raises the question, is Mario Kart in the same universe as Legend of Zelda? But that's a video for a different day. The first DLC for Breath of the Wild. I don't know about you guys, but I kind of hated it. Yeah, Master Mode should have launched with the game, in my opinion. Thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, sure, the Trials of the Sword or whatever, were fine. It was whatever. It was more puzzles and whatnot. And it made combat a puzzle. And that's something that I actually advocate for in a lot of games. But in Breath of the Wild, when you have all of this, free-form gameplay, the Trials of the Sword felt very restricted. It felt more like Ori and the Blind Forest than it did Breath of the Wild, in that there was a certain rotation of actions that you were supposed to do in each challenge to complete it. And if you didn't do it in the exact order, chances are you were going to fuck up. But it was very linear, there is one answer to this puzzle. Whereas Breath of the Wild, until that point, kind of had a sort of free form, hey, here's a mechanical toolkit, here's the puzzle, here's the obvious answer, and if you can think of a non-obvious answer, you're free to do it. And that was something that I, touted, Breath of the Wild as being very good at. If you can think of it, you can probably pull it off and be able to complete whatever challenge you're doing. And so yeah, as far as the DLC, it was both hit and miss, in my opinion. How's it monetized? Freemium subscription, flat price, just a flat price. It had the 2 DLC, but yeah. So Breath of the Wild, because we've made this distinction that it does have some meaningful choice in there, I think it passes, though I would consider the first DLC this sort of, mocking SpongeBob text content sort of DLC. Because I didn't care for it and didn't seem to add much to the game to me. So we'll say it passes. First DLC was no. Alright. Back to... We've got... Now, I have here on my my list of masterpiece games and whatnot, Enderall. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Enderall Forgotten Stories, but Enderall Forgotten Stories is a standalone before we do that real quick, Hyper Firefly says, exactly, I feel like Trial of the Sword kind of punished you for trying to be super creative in that section. Trying it and dying required you to restart, whereas in the shrines you don't really get reset too far. Exactly. That's precisely my point. But as far as Enderall's concerned, Enderall is actually a mod that is sort of a mod for Skyrim that is its own standalone game. But I believe you do still need Skyrim installed to play it. But I believe it was a German modding team that put Enderall together. But beautiful, brand new map, just essentially built Skyrim again from the ground up, but in a more mechanically significant way. It was a lot mechanically tighter. Or it was a lot tighter mechanically, I should say, than something like Skyrim. But I won't put Enderall through the ringer here, because it's I don't know, I haven't beaten it. It's tough as nails. Don't get me wrong. The new mechanics they've introduced actually make it a very challenging RPG. So I haven't really gotten very far at all. I have that on my, I'll play it later kind of deal. My game queue, I think I've called it. But we'll skip over that. You're free to look that up and play it at your leisure. But we're going to go on to FTL. Oh, FTL. This might shake up the criteria, because this is the first roguelike that we're going to go through. And I feel like roguelikes may have additional things to add to this criteria list. So, it's released on a lot of platforms, I know that. I think, actually I don't know that. Scratch that. I would assume it's on mobile and whatnot, on Switch or something, but I don't think I've ever seen FTL on a console marketplace. So, rigorous QA testing and bug fixes. To my knowledge, FTL is very tight, not very buggy at all. It's just tough as nails, and you can get screwed by RNG really hard. Mechanics taken to their logical conclusion and or meaningful choice. I would say, honestly, it kind of gets it right on both accounts. Because that final fight is... oh, it's tough. And the entire time, you do have challenges coming at you that definitely give a variety of builds a run for their money. There's no real one-size-fits-all build that I've found, really, other than, flat cannon hull laser. Or hull beam, yeah. That, I don't have to change my strategy for. And that's one, but also there's the added oh, well, there's RNG of you might not get the most optimal build, so you do have to do with what you can. Well-paced. We could talk about that. We could certainly talk about that with FTL, and honestly, just as a whole, roguelikes in general, pacing is a weird thing. I think with pacing in a roguelike, we have to talk about run lengths rather than necessarily the game length and the story beats and how the mechanics hold up as far as the run time of the game and whatnot. And that's interesting. As far as run lengths for FTL, I'm fairly sure they're on a little bit of the longer side when it comes to roguelikes. Correct me if I'm wrong, but they're like, run through FTL takes you like about an hour, something like that, which if you're like getting to the last stage, you know what, let's does How Long to Beat even have 12 and a half hours says How Long to Beat as far as FTL. I don't know how much I agree with that. It certainly took me more than 12 hours to be able to conceive of beating that game. And essentially overstaying its welcome comes down to if you just need to get good or not. Yeah, to an extent, I can agree with you there. Not necessarily always, because it can overstay its welcome in terms of run length. Because, like, I think with like roguelike runs, I would say 40 minutes to an hour is like both the sweet spot, but also almost pushing it, if that makes sense. Where, like, you don't want it to be too quick to where it doesn't feel meaningful, but you also don't want it to be too long to where you feel like each run is a big risk every time you do it, of like so many hours of progress being lost. Oh, that's an interesting one. I think definitely the whole get good aspect comes into it, and I think that's a person by person basis, definitely. Of like, at what level of mechanical proficiency does the game expect of its average player versus how long it takes to get that proficient. Yeah. Firefly says, okay, yes, I completely agree. Anything more than an hour is ridiculous, because once you start getting really good, you can only really get 2 runs in if you only really want to commit 2 hours to it. Yeah, exactly. And for a lot of games, especially like roguelikes, I'll play a roguelike, do a run or two of something if I have a limited amount of time for a game. That's sort of like my I don't know, everybody else kind of has a mobile game or something that they'll play, it seems. But for me, it's like I'll get a run or two of Risk of Rain in, or I'll like do a run of Hades, something like that. But even Risk of Rain 2 and Hades, they're on the longer side as well, as far as runs are concerned. Because you can't then start a third attempt because it's probably a whole other hour. Yeah, exactly. Any attempt, you have to essentially consider, well, how long could this take? Instead of, well, how long do I have? And then I'll play that much. And like a lot of roguelikes, you can't sort of save in the middle of your run as well, which that's something I think that the industry needs to get a little bit more hip to, I should say. Rogue Legacy 2 does this pretty well, where you can quit during the middle of a run and come back to the same. But if you have these sort of if you have these sort of games where you don't have a mid-run save, or any of that sort of thing, or the runs are getting a little bit on the longer side, an hour plus, you just run the risk of, I just don't have the time. But and even some of the games that, even some of the roguelikes that do have like a save and quit mid-run, it almost feels like you're not incentivized necessarily to complete that run always, or like come back to that run. Hyper Firefly says so maybe roguelikes with runs longer than 45 minutes an hour can be considered overstaying is welcome. Yeah, I would say that's probably it. Or if you're gonna have a run that's longer than 45 minutes to an hour, you gotta have a save function. You really do. Something that can't be like save scummed, obviously. You gotta, like, as soon as like you die, or I don't know, something like you die or you complete the run, you can't just like always start a run from that sort of save point. Shit like that. A roguelike that is almost not really a roguelike because of how much it does save between runs, I would say, is Lovecraft's Untold Stories. That game is almost just like an isometric twin-stick shooter with, some procedural generation for the levels, without it being a roguelike. Because it's linear and you do have some RNG here and there, but essentially, like, each level has the same puzzle to go for it. You just have to find that puzzle, figure it out, and then complete it. But if you were to say, I don't know, be like, I don't feel like playing this character right now, I'm gonna quit this run and then switch to a different character, play a couple runs as this, maybe I don't feel like playing the professor and completing their missions because the fucking Aztec temple level is a fucking nightmare. Maybe I want to play the witch. So you can quit to main menu, and something that's cool is if you've made it to your stash point in the level, or you've made it to the next level and are able to access the stash point, your inventory, the last time you've accessed the stash, or a place where you could access the stash, gets saved and banked once you end that run. So the items that character was holding could then conceivably, once you've reached the stash on a different character, you could pick up those items and then, be better equipped for the next person's playthrough. And even with, like, say you want to keep trying the same run, the same character, same build and whatnot, for Lovecraft's Untold Stories, you really just want to get through that Aztec temple level as professor for some reason. Well, you can go through it, you can die a lot, and instead of kicking you back to the beginning of the run, Lovecraft's Untold Stories just kicks you back to the beginning of the level with the loadout you had at the beginning of the level. So you do get sort of checkpoints in the middle of the game. And it is like it's a fairly long, almost hypnotic roguelike, in the fact that you have to be very methodical and searching your rooms, making sure not to go insane, interacting with some of the event triggers and whatnot. Fascinating way to build a roguelike to where it's almost not even a roguelike anymore. But we were talking about FTL as far as pacing, and we'll move on from there because we can't be stuck on this for ages. Single player, multiplayer. We got single player. How long is it? 8, 20, indefinite. This is one of those. So maybe we add, if it's roguelike, how long are the runs? These take an hour max, say like 30 minutes. Like 25 minutes min. That's like my sweet spot, between 25 minutes and an hour. I'd say, as far as a roguelike's runtime. And yeah, if I remember correctly, FTL is on the longer side as far as runs are concerned. I'm sure this varies based on people's reading speed. I read a little bit faster than I talk. I'm not a fast reader. I have very high comprehension when it comes to reading, but not very great speed. I know a lot of people who can like skim read and get like, I don't know, 30 or 40% comprehension. I'm more of a like, no, I'm gonna read it as if I'm talking to you, and I'll get like 80, 85% comprehension. But back to FTL, and not my, standardized testing scores. It's the only game you be playing or be part of a rotation. So, if it's a roguelike, like, I do enjoy just binging a roguelike that's very mechanically sound, but I can also see it as being a part of a rotation. Of like, well, I got my single player narrative based game that I'm like sort of into right now. I've got my sort of multiplayer competitive game that I'm sort of into right now, and I got my roguelike. That's my rotation. I know some people who do that sort of game, or do that sort of thing as far as their games. My buddy Pete had what goes like his serious game and his non-serious game. I think that's an interesting concept. So, Firefly says in the beginning it's the only thing for a while, and then once you start getting better, getting longer runs, it becomes part of the rotation for me personally. Interesting. So, game until proficient, then all right. Interesting. Did this receive updates throughout its life cycle? Did it ship complete? It shipped complete. However, there was a massive update of like the advanced edition or something like that, and that added a whole bunch, which it was such a breath of fresh air for the game as well. But yeah, definitely ship it complete. How's the DLC, if any? No DLC. and monetization, just a low flat rate. It fits and ships. So we got, I'd say FTL gets a pass. I'd say. It's a little bit on the longer end as far as roguelike runs are concerned, but yeah, and I think it has a passable outcome. You know, it's on the masterpiece list for a reason. All right, and now. Ooh, this next one's gonna be interesting. Fury. Haven't thought about this game in a minute. Well, at least Throw likes his Lizard Legends, so that sounds good to me. Yeah, fair. Oh yeah, you were the guy watching Lizard Legends. I remember vividly. So, yeah. Wizard Legend, for me, I feel like Wizard Legend also had some pretty long runs, if I think about it. I could be wrong. But yeah. I'm gonna take a quick break to go to the bathroom, get a drink and whatnot. But when we return, we're gonna talk about Fury. And hell, we might even throw Wizard Legend into the mix, since we're talking about it. You know, we'll add. I don't have it let me check actually before I say that. Yeah, I don't personally have it on my. I don't personally have it on my masterpiece list, but we'll bring it through the ringer. We'll discuss it. But for now, we will be right back after a little bit more music with Cult Classics Radio. This is your host, Teets. Please enjoy. And now back to more Cult Classics Radio with your host, Teets. Whoa. What's happened? Alright. A little bit of technical difficulties on the back end here, but we're getting things sorted out. How has it done that? That's quite interesting. Thank you. As far as the music selection is concerned, all of these are from soundtracks of games that I've played. And either I picked the best of the best, let's say. Though I had to leave out a few because they were getting some copyright strikes on YouTube and some muted audio sections on Twitch. So I need to nix a few songs, unfortunately. But yes, thank you for the kind words. Now, let's see. Alright, now it's working for me. So, we were discussing what makes a perfect game in our eyes. What are the criteria that we look for when we seek out a game? And not just a game that we'll play begrudgingly, but one that really grabs us. One that we can't put down. The perfect game, if you will. Now, we are going over Fury. We've already gone over a few. For recap, I'll just list off all the ones we've already gone over for listeners at home who are not watching. Gone over Age of Mythology, Amnesia. We'll also go over the ratings as well. Why not? Why not? Just as a recap, Age of Mythology barely squeaks by under the whole update clause. Although I think we've sort of broadened our criteria to where the barely squeaks by ends up being a pass. Amnesia: The Dark Descent, it passes our criteria. This is a fundamentally well-structured game. Ancestors: Humankind Odyssey, it barely passes, and the only real hindrance for me for that game is polish. Although I could get into some maybe other reasons why that game falls a little bit short, and maybe we lower that rating later on when we revise all this. Bastion, it's contentious on length, but I think we've established that it doesn't overstay its welcome. Bioshock passes. However, I don't know that the mechanics were taken to their logical conclusion. Call of Cthulhu: Dark Corners of the Earth, it fails. Unfortunately, it's too buggy and poorly paced. As much as I love that game, as much as it's one of the best survival horrors of all time, it doesn't cut it. Not for these criteria. Castle Crashers gets a pass from me. Same with Chrono Trigger and Dark Messiah of Might and Magic. Dark Souls, I think we've sussed the whole different builds making for mechanical conclusions tricky. I think we've sussed that with, well, how broad is it? Are there builds? You know, is there variety in how you can tackle the game? So we'll just do a blanket pass for that. Dead Space also gets a pass. Dragon's Dogma, it almost passes. I think the pacing when we're not fighting monsters, it just slows to a crawl, and it makes it for a high octane, very addicting game when you're in it and in the thick of it, but when you're not, you're just itching to do anything else. And I think that, like, boredom, that lack of interesting choice in kind of like shopping and preparing for your journeys, that kind of fails it for me. Elden Ring, I say it almost passes as far as perfection, because I feel like it's slightly disrespectful of your time. Only slightly. Like, it's worth the time, but you feel how much of your life it takes up. And I feel like that a game shouldn't make you notice that, I guess. No matter how good it is. Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. I give it a tentative pass, because quality assurance would like a word. It always does at Bethesda. Breath of the Wild. I would say it passes the test. The first DLC is a little bit of a... I don't know about that. FTL. We had a very interesting discussion about roguelikes in these criteria. And it gets a pass, slightly longer runs than is ideal, but no, we can get past that, you know? Now, when it comes to Fury, we gotta take a look at our criteria. So, single player, so cross-platform doesn't matter. It's released on many platforms, not every, but many. It's nice. Always nice. Now, as far as rigorous quality assurance and bug fixes, I believe that it's one of the tightest games that I've played. Now, there might be some janky hitboxes on, like, one or two of the bosses that make timing their attacks slightly weak, but I think that's something that's not too noticeable, and you can, as long as you learn the timings, you can negate that. It's not too much of an issue. Mechanics taken to their logical conclusion for Fury. Whew. Interesting. Yes. I had to throw everything, including the kitchen sink, at the final boss. And just, I don't know, having flashbacks of that giant blue holographic face with mechanical arms. Well paced. I don't know. This is an interesting question for something like a boss rush sort of game. I think it gives you enough kind of mystical description between walking, you know, from place to place, as far as you know, boss arena to boss arena. It's loosely connected, and you know, you've got this whole prison storyline going for it. I feel like it goes from 0 to 160 right at the end. Even though that game's 0 is most games 60. You know what I mean? But regardless, we have single player, multiplayer. We have single player. How long is it? How long did I spend on Fury? That's a good question. It took me 16.3 hours. I did not play the DLC. I didn't see a real need to. The like new character did not seem that much different. Like not different enough for me to really want to play as them. I might go back eventually. Check it out. What else we got? How long is it? So how long does howlongtobeat.com say the Fury is? It says you're looking at 5.5 hours, and I say if you know what you're doing, more than likely yes. I had a doozy with final boss, but I did something pretty stupid with the final boss, in that I came back to it, days or weeks later, after I'd beaten like most of the game in one sort of group of consecutive sittings, if you will. So that sort of fucks me over with any game. I'll often restart a game if it's been too long since I last played it. So as a short, like 5.5, 6 hours, it's in Bastion territory of being a bit short, but for the experience, and I mean I got like 16 hours out of it, so your mileage may vary, I suppose, depending on how good you are. So, if it's roguelike, how long the run? It's not a roguelike. This is the only game you'd be playing for a while. Yeah, it was like I binged it pretty hard the week I was playing it, and then once I tried to come back to it, I actually tried to come back to it a couple times. Like intermittently to try and beat the last boss. I don't know why, just had like the toughest time. But sometimes when you give it, when you give it a while and then come back, you realize it wasn't as hard as you thought it was. That wasn't the case with that last boss, though other people had easier times with it than I did. It's receiving updates throughout its life cycle. I think we can add to the to the list of miscellaneous criteria. Does the soundtrack slap? And with Fury, fuck yes it does. as receiving updates, it did get, well, as far as DLCs, it got one more boss fight, I want to say. And then it got another DLC recently of a new character. So, for that game in particular, that can constitute an expansion, but I almost want to say that it's a bit of a quote-unquote content patch as far as DLC goes. I do need to reserve final judgment on that as far as, but like from the outside, it doesn't look like that robust. The Final Fight DLC though was just a pain in my ass. I have not beaten that one, and it was, the boss wasn't that fun to fight for me. All the other ones were very fun to fight, but that one in particular was just frustrating, not too fun for me. Again, mileage may vary depending on the person. This was a flat price game as well, so Fury. Yeah, I'll say Fury passes. We'll see who's looking iffy though. Alright, so let's get back to Wizard Legend. We were talking about it a little bit earlier. As far as Wizard of Legend is concerned, I still haven't beaten it. I need to go back to it. I was having a lot of fun, but for whatever reason, I kind of remember why I stopped playing it. The runs got a little bit I don't know. The runs are definitely really long in Wizard of Legend. That's one thing. Yeah. But it's it's something to go back to. Only being in multiplayer mode with my friend. Yeah. See, that was the impetus of me getting Wizard of Legend, was actually to play it with my friend Taylor. But lo and behold, it was only like couch co-op, or you could do like Steam remote play. And I don't know if you've tried the like remote play together feature on Steam, but it's let's just say there's a bit of a latency issue. You are streaming it off of the other person's PC, which really is dependent on how good their rig is, and what was it? How good their rig is, how good their internet is, and how good your internet is. And that's 3 failure points that can lead to more latency. And you know, in any system you want to have as low failure points as possible. So crossplay, cross-platform, multiplayer, to my knowledge, no idea. I don't think you can crossplay it in any which way. Maybe some sort of Xbox nonsense that I don't know about could do it between PC and Xbox or something. But regardless, it's more so couch multiplayer, which is the preferred multiplayer experience for an old, nearly 27-year-old man. Oh, it's on Switch and PC. Interesting. Xbox. Yeah, I figured Microsoft would get their grubby mitts on it for Game Pass. Released on all platforms, damn near. Rigorous QA testing and bug fixes. To my knowledge, I haven't encountered many bugs or anything. Game feels very tight, so I don't know. I don't think there's anything wrong on that front. Mechanics are taking a logical conclusion, meaningful choice. This is where I am slightly torn because I'm not entirely sure. Haven't beaten. I would say the way it's going, I'm not sure if the mechanical conclusion will be held up. However, meaningful choice, I think, like, in how you like to build your character, what spells you like to use, there's definitely a lot of good choices. I think Wizard Legend really excels at like build variety. Like you'll definitely have builds that like you personally will gravitate towards every once in a while, like more often than not, I should say, rather than like the other builds. But you know, it's nice being able to have a niche within a wide variety, or have a couple niches within a wide variety, which is kind of like you have to have as far as roguelikes are concerned, with RNG and whatnot. Well paced. This is where we kind of get into how long the runs are. If you pull off the combos, then they make logical conclusions. You know what? Yeah, I could see that. It does have a very like combo heavy, like sort of skill ceiling. Easy to learn, hard to master kind of nonsense. So yeah, fair point, Hyper Firefly. So well paced. I think it's on the rougher side of roguelike pacing. And that's probably what made me fall off a bit on it. Does the soundtrack slap? I actually don't remember the Wizard of Legend soundtrack. Now, it could be shame on me, because it could be awesome. But I seem to remember muting the music in that game to play my own. So, I'm not entirely sure if the soundtrack slaps. And for a good game, it doesn't need to. For the perfect game, it does. But like, for a passable one, I don't know. So, this is single player, multiplayer. You got the couch co-op. How long is it expecting you to take on it? For how long to beat? 7 hours, apparently. I can guarantee I've put more time. Oh, that one stream, yeah, 9.4 hours. I have not beaten it. But sure, if you were like savvy with the game, knew what you were doing, and like had gotten fairly lucky as far as your runs, I could see maybe. Sure. I don't know though. I don't know about that one, Chief. Yeah, the run's a bit too long, in my opinion. But it's the only game you'd be playing, or would you be part of a rotation? I think this game kind of has to be part of a rotation. I don't think, like, I would say the initial stream of it was about all I could binge of it. I think. Any more than that, I would need to just have it in some sort of game rotation. Like, I might pick it back up just to stream every once in a while and shoot the shit, but I don't know. Is the game receiving updates through its life cycle, or should complete? It looks like it receives. I guess it's been receiving just patches and whatnot. I don't know about like content updates or whatever, but more or less shipped complete may not have been, you know, patched fully, I guess. How's the DLC handled, if at all? Does it have? I don't think it does. Let's check. Nope, just the soundtrack, which, as we've established, is not very memorable, unfortunately. Hyper Firefly says it did get that big update with the wind and lightning losses. Interesting. I must have joined in after that happened. I don't know. Used to only be fire, earth, and ice bosses, but those three bosses have definitely felt good. Fair enough. Yeah, and that, hold on to that thought, because down at the bottom of this game's list, it is kind of a sizable one, but we'll get through. Or this might have to be a multi-part series, because there are 56 games in this list. If you hold on to that thought until we get to Valheim, I'll just go over it now. Why not? It's much how I feel about Valheim. The whole, like, the way it's shipped, it feels complete. However, I understand why they're doing what they're doing. Yeah, I have 56 games in my sort of masterpiece collection on Steam. Let's see, my full Steam library, if you'd like to know for context, is 246 games. So but as far as like Valheim and like that point, I want to make segues into commentary I have a little bit about, early access. And I think I've touched upon this a bit at the beginning of the broadcast, but Valheim launched in early access pretty much as a complete game. However, it just wasn't optimized. But instead of, optimizing the performance, it seems like they've opted to just keep adding content and adding content. And while I appreciate all the content updates and it makes it a more robust game, I fear for feature creep, even though that the devs have explicitly said that they want, Valheim to have an ending and they have an explicit ending in mind. I feel like they've entered early access too early. Or, like, what updates they have, they might bill as, like, free post-launch updates instead of thinking of it as, like, completing the game. Because if you're gonna... Yeah. I would rather what's there be optimized and then you work on the post-launch, content stuff that adds, a more robust experience to the game. So it was a very robust system to begin with, Valheim, with the building and the sort of like crafting and the RPG elements and whatnot. Upgrading your equipment and fighting bosses and what have you. And I feel like they may have a lot more like backlog of technical work to do just to get all of their content to fit within those confines the more content they do, instead of just optimizing it and then going forward from a sound base of code. So I feel like they're making more work for themselves in the long run by not getting it optimized sooner. Which in turn means consumers wait more for the product that they've been promised. And that's never what you want to have. Still talking about Wizard of Legends. Yeah, no DLCs on the soundtrack, and it's a flat price. Wizard of Legend fails. Pacing. Other than that, it's fairly sound, I would say. Yeah. No other complaints other than pacing, really. I like the mechanics. I just wish it was a tighter experience, sort of gameplay-wise. Next, after those two, Grime. Oof. This one I have high hopes for, but we'll see. This could fail, because going back to it, I don't know, I had some weird friction with it mentally, and I'm not entirely sure why. But maybe going through this criteria, I'll pinpoint why I had some friction with it. Give me 1 second. Alright, so, Grime. If you don't know, Grime is a kind of like a Souls-like Metroidvania. Much more in the vein of like a 2D Dark Souls than, a Castlevania kind of deal. Even though I still insist that Dark Souls games are Metroidvania games. Because if you look at the trappings of the Metroidvania genre, Dark Souls and other Souls-likes fit pretty well in there. Souls-like, I think, just sort of encapsulates a gameplay style and an atmosphere rather than the core, like, all-encompassing genre, I suppose. But Grime, released on a few platforms, I believe. It's not the tightest quality-wise. There are some things, and I believe it's kind of to do with it being a Unity game. And like, it looks damn good, feels damn good for being a Unity game. Nothing against Unity, but there are some things Unity doesn't do very well. And it kind of shows a little bit in Grime. But they pushed Unity to its fucking limit, I feel like, as far as, you know, a 2.5D side-scroller kind of deal. Mechanics taking their logical conclusion and/or meaningful choice. I could say yes to both for this, honestly, because it does kind of have your Dark Souls style stat builds around a weapon, but it also has, on the flip side, you do need to have that sort of, you know, Metroidvania movement repertoire down pat in order to encounter the bosses, and you need to tackle them with more and more of that repertoire. Well paced. This might be the friction that I have going back to, because once you've sort of immersed yourself in the experience, and you're like mesmerized and entranced by the world and the visuals, as well as the gameplay, I do think it holds its own as far as pacing, but that beginning, I think, is a bit rough. Just a tiny bit rough. Like, you know, not even sandpaper, like just paper, like printer paper with like a pinch of sand sitting on it. 1 second. Where were we? Grime. Does the soundtrack slap? Honestly, the soundtrack is very ambient and atmospheric, so slap might not be the appropriate term for it. It's nice, but like, you don't really notice it. It's just ambience, really. Which ambience can be good, but it's not. There's no movement, as my old neighbor from Philly would say. So, single player, multiplayer, single player. How long is it? I believe it was, yeah. We got 31 hours on it, so it's about a 30 hour. I'd say, which is, I don't know, sizable for a Metroidvania, and I would say, I don't know, it might overstay its welcome for some people, and like have some padding and whatnot, but keep in mind it was 30 hours to nearly 100%. As far as, oh yeah, I have 29 out of the 35 achievements. So, keep that in mind, I suppose. still, I found it, you know, fine. As far as, like, first playthrough, I thought it was good. It was well-paced. It's a roguelike. How long it runs? It's not a roguelike. It's the only game you've been playing. Yes, I binged that. I binged Grime start to finish, pretty much, until I beat it. You know, taking breaks in between when necessary. Did it receive updates? It actually has received some updates to it for free. I don't believe there are any, like, paid DLCs. I think it's just... Yeah, it's just the soundtrack is the only DLC. All the updates to Grime were free, which, well played to them. I don't believe I've encountered any of the sort of updated material, but I don't know. I did play this game around launch, and it was quite nice. And of course, just a flat price. So I would say it can... It's a pass. With a bit of a caveat, I would say that pacing needs slight tightening. Next, Hades. Another super giant game, and another roguelike. Hades is on so many kinds of platforms. It's fairly... I haven't run into any bugs with that game. It's very tight. Mechanics taken to their logical conclusion. So the thing is, you don't really get too many mechanics outright. But like what mechanics you do have, I think, are used in a lot of different ways. I could see the arguments. But obviously, being roguelike, you do have that meaningful choice aspect. Well-paced. For some reason, Elysium is the stage that always fucks up the pacing for me. And I don't know what it is. I really don't know what it is about it. But, that particular stage takes longer than any other one, in my opinion. And also, it's, I don't know, not too big a fan of fighting, fucking Theseus and the Minotaur. That boss fight is just kind of annoying sometimes, more than anything, especially when you don't have a great build. It's just like, alright, I have to, like, actually be real clued in for this one. Which, you know what? Yeah, it's a good boss fight. It's just that at that point I'm kind of lazy. I don't know what it is. Soundtrack fucking slaps for Hades. You've been hearing some of it tonight. Is it single multiplayer, single player? How long does it take to beat? I have like 24 hours logged in it. I would say that's a good... That's a good chunk, because I have beaten a couple runs. And by that I mean I have beaten 2 runs. I've gotten to Hades a few times, but then I've just been stomped out for whatever reason or another. I don't remember how long the runs are, but I feel like around Elysium, which is the 3rd stage, is around when you feel how long the runs are. And I feel like that's also maybe an important factor. It's the only game that I'd be playing. Yeah, I was binging Hades pretty hard for a while. Then I added it to a rotation, and just haven't had the urge to play it since. Or if I have, sometimes I'll do this thing where I'm like, hey, maybe I should go back and play that game. And I'll convince myself why I should not do it. Because a lot of the times, like the other day, I was like, "Hey, maybe I should go back and give Valheim another shot, try that." And then I thought about, but do you really want to be chopping wood and mining stone, doing all the early game stuff again? I'm like, not particularly right now. Okay. I guess I won't play Valheim. I don't know. Sometimes it's just the vibe, but other times you just don't have enough marijuana to play a survival crafting game. Is the game receiving updates throughout its life cycle? I'm not sure. It's gotten a few post-launch patches. I don't think... It just seems like bug fixes and whatnot. Yeah, that's all. Just bug fixes. Just handle DLC if anything. I think it's just a soundtrack, which... If you want to support Supergiant and Darren Korb and Ashley Barrett, download, buy the soundtrack, play the soundtrack, listen to the soundtrack. It's good shit. That was DLC. Yeah, just a soundtrack. Monetized, flat price. Yeah. Hades gets a pass with flying colors. Hotline Miami. One I haven't played in a while, but I've tried to go back to a couple times. I think I lost focus once I got around the hospital level. That's when I was like, damn, what am I doing? When did this turn into a sneaking game? It's Hotline Miami's on toasters, I think, now. Again, you could play that on a graphing calculator, though I wouldn't recommend it. As far as rigorous QA tests, bug fixes, I think... Yeah, I think it's fairly tight. I don't remember any bugs with that game. At least that I encountered. Mechanics taken to their logical conclusion, I would say so. Like, Hotline Miami's very tight. It's honestly a very tight Twitch puzzle shooter, more than anything. top-down Twitch puzzler. Well-paced. I think around the hospitals when I started to feel it drag a little bit, and I don't know, there's some missions that kind of feel like they're just a little bit of padding. And maybe it's to illustrate the jackets, you know, he just is numb to this and does it so much that he doesn't really care anymore. Whatever. Regardless, soundtrack fucking slaps. Always a plus. Is it single player or multiplayer? Single player. How long is it? How long is it? How long to beat? In Miami. 5 hours, apparently. Interesting. I could see that. So on the shorter side, but it's a puzzle game. High octane puzzle game. So I feel like it gets a little bit of a pass in that regard. It's the only game you're playing. It really depends on the person, I guess. If Hotline Miami would be the only game you've been playing. For me personally, I did binge it a while, but then I think I threw it in a rotation. Is the game receiving updates throughout its life cycle? It should be complete. I think it just shipped complete. DLC handled, if at all. Is no DLC for Hotline Miami as far as I'm aware. Could be wrong. No, just the soundtrack, as it should be. How's deal? Yeah. How's monetized? Just a flat price. Hotline Miami gets a pass. Fucking X-Play. What a joke that became. Hylix 2. Hyper Firefly, are you familiar with Hylix? Anybody watching or listening, if you're not familiar with Hylix, specifically Hylix 2, I would do yourself a favor and look up the weirdness that is Hylix 2. It's on, I would say, the same level of crack that Katamari Damacy was smoking. But in JRPG form. And it's glorious. Yeah. Still yet to beat this game because it's very, very difficult. I think I'm most of the way through it. I'll probably go back to it for a stream. So, single player game released, I think it's just PC, if I remember correctly. Game feels pretty tight. I didn't encounter many bugs or anything. Even when testing, like, some unique fail cases. So are the mechanics taken to their logical conclusion? Talk about a game balanced around its consumables. Hylix 2, you definitely need to prep when going into combat. Not only because, if I remember correctly, this is a JRPG with no, like, a JRPG style game, I should say, with no random spawning enemies, or respawning enemies. So if you want to grind, there's only so much grinding that you can do before you've actually killed all the enemies in the game. Which I think is kind of a cool concept. I feel like more games could have like sort of finite enemy count. That'd be interesting. Maybe have like respawning flora and fauna that don't go out to kill you. But regardless. Like tough as nails, JRPG. I almost like it's been a while since I've played it, but I almost don't want to restart it to play it again, just because I just think about the worm boss in, albeit one of the most visually stunning dungeons in any RPG period, but one of the most infuriating boss fights I've ever had the courtesy of tackling. Let's see. Soundtrack slaps. I don't know. I feel like it's fairly well paced. It's not a very long game to my. Oh well, I mean, I'm 10 hours in and I'm not done, but I feel like I'm almost done. Let's see, single player. You know what? Let's see how long to beat.com. Well, it says I should have beaten it by now, I guess. But a completionist run takes about 11 hours, apparently. Whereas just beating the game takes like 7. Even though I have like 10 hours in it. But I digress. But yeah, that's in a bit of a sweet spot. Not for the type of game it is. That's honestly in Chrono Trigger territory of game length, which I don't know. We could use some tighter JRPG experiences like that. Will we get them? Who knows? It's not roguelike. It was the only game I was playing for a couple days, but it's a tough one to beat your head against the wall too, because the atmospheric soundtrack is a little disorienting at times. Like especially the overworld theme for the map, it's just like a very spacey, like sine wave kind of tones. It's I don't know, almost makes you feel like you're, a little escape pod orbiting the planet the game takes place on. So, no updates, no DLC, flat price. Hylix 2, it gets a pass from me. Hyper Light Drifter. Fantastic game. I'd have to go back to it to play as the second character. But what, Hyper Light Breaker is coming out at some point. And I don't know how I feel about the way that game looks compared to the original. And there are a couple, this sort of brings me to an interesting point of, the dying art, or the, maybe not the dying art, but the almost frowned upon art of pixel art. which doesn't make a lick of sense to me. Like, there's so many beautiful pixel art games that then their sequels become something else entirely. Something that I think it works in its favor, though it was a very jarring jump, was Risk of Rain 1 to Risk of Rain 2. I feel like having that sort of ray punk sci-fi minimalist cell shading kind of deal fit the aesthetic of Risk of Rain pretty well. Whereas something like I don't know, I mentioned Lovecraft's Untold Stories, a game probably nobody else but probably nobody else but this chat and like me and my brother have heard of. But that game is actually getting a sequel. Lovecraft's Untold Stories 2. And instead of, dark, haunting sort of pixel art, we get sort of a comic book style of art that makes everything look very cartoony, almost like a mobile game. And I keep seeing this sort of shift in games going from one style or another. Mostly, it seems to be going from pixel art to this sort of hyper standardized, super clean, two-tone shading style of cartoon art that a lot of these mobile games use. I had a fear for Rogue Legacy 2 that was the way it was going to turn out, and turns out it looks a lot better in motion than it does in stills. So my sort of I don't know. My concerns were a tad unfounded, I suppose. But yeah, Hyper Light Drifter, amazing pixel art. Nobody can dispute that. Hyper Light Breaker is going for almost the Risk of Rain 2 treatment, but it's looking a lot like, what's that one, like, real weird, like, rollerblading / parkour kind of, like, almost Jet Set Radio type deal, but not. What's it called? I'm drawing a blank here. What is that game called? I'm drawing a blank here. It's like got some one-word title or whatever. But anyway, it's kind of in the vein of that. But I don't think the tone of not Risk of Rain, I don't think the tone of Hyper Light Drifter calls for that. And maybe Hyper Light Breaker has a different tone entirely, but I don't know, just having the sort of somber, like, alien ruins taken over by nature kind of tone was, I don't know, like that plus the soundtrack. It was a whole vibe for like a year. But yeah, Hyper Light Drifter released on all platforms, rigorous QA test. I say that game was very, very tight. Mechanics taken to their logical conclusion, sure. Pretty well paced, I'd say. There might be like a few hang-ups here and there depending on what route you go, because there is a little bit of choice you can have in that matter. But does the soundtrack slap? Oh, you bet your ass it does. Again, some of those songs have been playing tonight. Single player, how long is it? Does it have alright, yeah. 7 hours is what it took to beat for me. I feel like that was as long as it needed to be. It's not a roguelike. It was the only game that I was playing until I beat it. It's... yeah, it shipped complete. I don't remember any sort of updates or anything for it. There's no DLC. Yeah, just the soundtrack. Updates and DLC, flat price. You get a big old pass from me there, bucko. I'm gonna count how many we've got left, and depending how many there are, I might split this into another broadcast tomorrow evening, because it's this is a lot. My throat's starting to hurt a little bit. But next, yeah, let me count this real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. So we're like... kind of like halfway. Yeah, we're about halfway. So I'm gonna do 2 more, and then I think we're gonna do 2 more, and then I think we'll open it up to a little bit of a broader discussion. Anything anybody else wants to talk about. And yeah, we'll just chill, listen to music for a little bit, and then call it for the night. Maybe play a game or 2. Who knows? I don't. What I do know is that the next game is Jazz Punk. Let me spell it right. Jazz Punk, almost like a point-and-click adventure game, a bit. It's just sort of like a interactive playground where you end up doing some nonsensical 60s spy shit. But, I don't know. Ends up being... it's a good time. Can't shit on Jazz Punk. As far as the release, I think Jazzpunk's on a fair few platforms. Though it could just be on PC. Be just a very obscure gem. I feel like it'd be a good Switch game, honestly, weirdly enough. Rigorous QA testing and bug fixes. I'm pretty sure I encountered a few bugs on my playthrough. Mechanics are logically sound. Take their conclusion. What mechanics are in Jazzpunk? I'm trying to rack my brain. Well, you've got walk. You've got talk to people. You essentially just got walk and interact. I guess you can like combine certain items if you like pick one up. But it's a kind of standard point and click adventure affair as far as mechanics are concerned. It's just sort of like exploring the 3D space is where most of it comes in. Does the soundtrack slap? Is it well paced? I think it's fairly well paced. I don't recall the Jazzpunk soundtrack. I might need to look it up, honestly. I have no idea. That's something I'll have to open a new tab for Jazzpunk soundtrack. It might just be real fucking good. It's been a minute though. Single player game takes about 4 or 5 hours to go through most everything. I think it was the majority of what I was playing until I beat it. I think there were points where I just needed to take a break from it and play something else. Did it receive updates through its life cycle? I don't think so. I think it's just shipped complete. How's DLC, if any? No DLC, right? Right, Jazzpunk? You don't have DLC. You do have DLC. Flavor Nexus. Mixed reviews. I don't know. Doesn't look appetizing. And flat price, of course. So that being said, there's something suspicious about Jazzpunk with these criteria, but I can't put my finger on it. And this may, I don't know, may become another criteria. But it's one of those games I don't think there's much replay value. And maybe that's something to, like it's not, I don't think there's much replay value unless you're showing it to somebody else or you're trying to 100% the achievements or some shit, I guess. So that might be something to consider as far as criteria. Does it have replay value? Well, that doesn't even need to go in that. Thing. Alright. Let's see. So on that grounds, it fails for replay value. Alright. Last one for the night. And then we'll just chill out. Maybe play a game. Maybe just listen to music. Katana Zero. One of my favorite games of all time, I think. Single-player game released on a good number of platforms. I initially got it on the Switch before I bought it again on PC. Because, again, we're doing a bit of a project, me and friends, involving Katana Zero. So, that'll be nice for the future, if you would like to see that. But rigorous QA testing and bug fixes, that game is buttery smooth and tight as can be. Mechanics take to their logical conclusion, I would say yes. Very sound game design there. Well paced, I would also say yes. Does the soundtrack slap? Again, I believe you've been hearing some of it tonight. You bet your ass it does. Does it have replay value? Yes. There are different swords that you can unlock depending on how you want to play the game. There's a speedrun mode. There's a harder mode that adds more enemies and changes the placement. And there's multiple endings as well. It's single player. It is... Well, let me put it to you this way. You can beat the whole game within the span of an acid trip. Easily. Though depending on your constitution and psyche, maybe that's not such a great idea. As Katana Zero does tackle some heavy themes. And does tackle bad trips pretty explicitly. So, yeah, set and setting when using psychedelics. Always. Always remember that. I would say it's like 5 or 6 hours if you really are dialed in and know what you're doing. Honestly, closer to 3 or 4 if you've played through it again, or if you're playing through it like a second or third time. Like, game's pretty quick. There's like definitely a few levels, but if you know what you're doing, then like you can sort of optimize your routes. It's not a roguelike. It was definitely the only game I was playing until I beat it and 100%ed it. That was before the update, so I haven't done any of the like speedrun shit. It's the game receiving updates throughout its life cycle. Still waiting on that DLC, and I will buy it. You bet your ass I'll buy it. Let me check that actually. You got some DLC? No, just the soundtrack. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. You know. DLC supposedly on the way. How's monetization? It's just a flat price. For our final game of the night, Katana Zero passes with flying colors. And with that, I think that'll do it for this section of our program. I think I'm gonna go grab a little bit of something to eat. Gonna be a couple minutes. But when we return, I'll think about looking through the Steam Summer Sale, getting a game or two to try out. See about streaming that. Maybe you can give me some suggestions. We'll be right back with more Cult Classics Radio.